Hello, everyone. Hey, Puff. Good evening to you. Or wait, good evening to me. It's night for you, isn't it? Or is it early morning? It is going well. It is going well. I don't know if anyone's been paying attention, but the channel has exploded as of late. Oh, 30. Oh, yeah. So you're like one off of UTC time. That's awesome. Yeah, we passed 100 subs, and I guess that is some kind of magical border for the algorithm in YouTube world, and I think it has just been like going to town recommending this channel to people, because we went from just crossing 100 subs to being 123. So we are at 123 right now, and I am very, very impressed. Thank you to all that have subscribed lately. Gmod made a comment at one point when we had passed 50 or 60, and he said something along the lines of like, oh yeah, next is 100. I'm like, it took almost 2 years to, well, actually, yeah, 19 to 20, 21, 22, yeah, almost 3 years just to get, or I guess it was at the time, it was probably a little over 2 years to get to like 60. And I was like, there's no way we're getting, there. But then we got to 100. Oh dear. We got to 100 really fast. And now we've just shot up to 123. I mean, it's exponential or logarithmic or something. If Infinite was here, he could tell me. But thank you, everybody, for subbing. Thank you for the views. Thank you for watching. I'm pretty sure like episode 20 of Reconomy Lite has like 900 plus views. Like almost 1,000 views on a video that came out like last week. So very impressive, very impressive. Anyway, I'm not quite sure where Gmod is yet. Yeah. Great content brings people in. Well, Puff, thank you. I appreciate that. I try. The Reconomy Lite's getting a lot of extra oomph, I think, because I'm not making those long trips anymore. Or at least not as much as I was. Like I was taking like boat trips and plane trips all the way to the South Pole of the planet, basically, and that would take up a huge quantity of time. And so the episodes, we're getting down to be like, 16, 17, 20 minutes, and there wasn't that much going on. I mean, there's some, but it was not much. Now, I mean, the episodes are getting are turning into like 45-minute, 50-minute, just because of all the content that's happening in them, and we're getting a lot of stuff happening, so that's pretty great. Is anybody noticing any do a quick movement? My wife just reached out and said, hey, are you having internet issues? I'm like, I don't think so. Not as far as I can tell. Let's see if that changes anything. Any what? Oh, what I said probably about any. Yeah, is anybody noticing anything weird in the stream? Any strangeness in the stream? I don't think I see any strangeness in the stream, but who knows? I'm kind of trying to kill a little bit of time, so I'm waiting for Gmod to show up. Can't stay here too long though, because I logged in to take the screenshot today, and like a Reaver Berserker just like dropped out. It was like, I'm coming in. And I was like, I don't know what's happening. Lack of other voices is the only strange thing. Yeah, I know, isn't that weird? It is strange, isn't it? Nobody else is here. Oh no. Infinite, as we know, he's not going to be here this week. He is somewhere. Maybe for his internship or something he's doing. I don't remember what he's doing, but he's out this week. He had mentioned that last week that he wasn't going to be here. Gmod, though, should be here. I'm surprised he's not yet. Oh, he messaged in Discord, said might be a few minutes late. No worries. All right, so basically the plan for today, if anybody remembers from last week, we had a catastrophic power failure at my house. The whole neighborhood went down, and I think I posted in the Discord. It's about 2,000 homes. It's like 1993 or something like that. 1,993 homes in my immediate area. Just power cut, gone. And then Larson lives around in the same city as I do, and he actually commented the next day and said, yeah, he lost a bunch of power like the next day or something like that. So we weren't sure if maybe Dominion was trying to handle some stuff, and adjust some stuff. But what I heard was ours was from a substation. Something went bad. A whole circuit went down, basically, from a substation. The whole thing went out. So that's what happened to me last week. We lost power. Episode cut short. This week, though, I don't expect that to happen. We should be going very well. But because of that, we cut off just as we got into space, getting ready to clear out of here. Basically, we are heading towards a planet who I do not see on my GPS markers. I'm sure he's somewhere. I think it was maybe below the planet, was it? No. Where is it? I know I had a GPS marker. Let's take a look. 00 base. Interesting. I don't know what that one is. Let's see. It was one of the planets. Yeah, all my planets are turned off. I think it was planet 8. Yeah, planet 8 is always visible. Show on HUD. Well, where is it? Oh, there it is. It's way over there. Yeah, this is the one that was within kilometers. It's 102,000 kilometers. So the closest one we could possibly see. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good. Tell him to hurry up. I know, right? Hurry up, Gmod. So anyway, I think what we're deciding is Gmod is going to build this like mobile. Oh dear, this mobile defense platform kind of thing. Basically, it's chock full of, I guess, probably some hydrogen tanks, O2 generators, maybe a drill and fill or something like that. But a lot of solar and probably some deuterium reactors and a lot of those shock cannons that he loves so much. And basically, this thing was going to be kind of our refill station up here in space. But I think he's designed it to have like a lot of jump drive action, so it's going to actually be able to come with us. So his thought was, I can go ahead and get started, and then he will catch up, basically. So we might as well get started on that. Satellite number 2, I know, right? Except not even satellite number 2. Now it's like just thing number 2. Mobile base. So anyway, I got to start heading that way. So I'm thinking I may just jump in the general this way direction. Retract hard points. Let's see. Yeah, I might as well just do a blind jump in this general direction. Yeah, let's go ahead and get to the jump drives and do that. So we'll remove that. We'll just do a blind jump, 100% that way. Actually, you know what? On second thought, let's not do the full distance. Let's do maybe like, what is it across a planet? About 100 some kilometers? Yeah, let's just do like a 7% jump this way. Oh, sorry. I don't know how I got that so wrong, considering it has a countdown timer. But I boomed a little too fast there. All right, here we go. Now we're only 102,152 kilometers away. Sweet. Okay, we'll wait for the jump drives at 96%, and we'll let that charge up, and then we'll get moving. But basically, he's gonna go back down to because I think he's on the. Ooh, I'm not sure. Yeah, his the Aztec temple is connected to the carrier. So what's gonna happen is he is going to take his Aztec temple back down to the planet. Oh, there he is, back down to the planet, and start construction on that thingy that he was working on. Then I'll just keep heading this way, and he'll catch up when he catches up. Probably drop him a GPS marker at some point, and he'll just jump to it, then we can jump together. Maybe even have a bigger jump distance. I think his intent is to grab the carrier, or if not, we'll wait until Infinite's back next week, and then he can just bring the carrier with him. But basically, we're going to Planet 8. I don't think we've ever been here. I don't know what this planet is. I don't know. I don't know. So we're just going to go in this general direction. Oh, here we go. Jump drive's ready. So we'll just punch in the coordinates and just start heading in that direction. Planet 8. All right, here we go. And... what? Wait.
Hmm?
Can I make the whole... yeah, my jump distance is only 3,500 kilometers. How... wait a second. I'm far away from the planet. There's... what? I just tried to jump to Planet 8 and it said... it's Gmod's here now. And it said you can't jump into a natural gravity field.
Might be something between you and Planet 8.
It's possible, but what could it be? What could it be?
Especially 3,500.
3,500 kilometers away. Okay, I'm gonna try it one more time. We're gonna do Planet 8. Can't jump into natural gravity field. Okay, let's back it up. Let's
back it up.
yeah. Well, let's do 3,000 kilometers.
Apologies for being late,
Yeah,
everyone.
Oh yeah, it's no worries with me. It's all good.
I had a phone call about 2 minutes right before the stream.
No worries. All right, here we go. Whoa! That was an interesting jump.
What, you see the Death Star in front of you?
No, I made a jump and it like it actually like jumped me. Like that was wow. That was weird. I jumped and it was like, okay, charge, and then it sent me and it like actually like sent me forward instead of just teleporting me to a new location. Like it looked like I actually jumped through space. Like that was awesome. That was cool. I'm sure it was a glitch, but that was awesome. Okay, so what's in my way? I don't know. I don't think there's anything in my way. I think there was just some weirdness with the planet, maybe.
Or maybe the jump drive's like, hey, I can take you all the way there, but you're not gonna get...
yeah, I don't know. That was weird. First I thought it was trying to jump me there in one jump, and I was like, there's no way I can jump that full distance in one jump. And sure enough, I can't. My jump drive supposedly is only 3,500 kilometers. So we'll see.
Mm-hmm. That sounds about right.
Yeah.
For Tier 4.
So how you doing, Gmod? You doing good?
Very, very busy with work. I've been relaxing by building the station.
Gotcha.
Which I call the Death Blossom. Because even though I made a refueling station, my shock cannons kind of destroy a lot of stuff.
I know they do, right? You and your shock cannons.
And it kind of looks like an amalgamation of both a battleship and an oxygen farm.
So tell me everything that's on this thing, because like I obviously from pictures I have no idea what's on there.
It has oxygen farms, H2 tanks, yeah, it has 8 Tier 4 jump drives, decent amount of batteries, not as much as the carrier. It has 2 deuterium generators, a large cargo container, a few built-in repairs, solar panels for general use. The deuterium is really for recharging the hyperdrive. And other than that, is the shield and
the shield in what?
shock cannons.
You sound quiet to me.
Huh. You sound okay to me.
I just turned you up in Discord a little bit from my end. Yeah, I'm sure it had nothing to do with you. I think it was just me for some reason. Normally, you're incredibly consistent. Infinite's always the one that's like random volumes and stuff like that. You're usually like very consistent. So I was just surprised. Yeah?
I was testing my volume after I adjusted one thing.
Yeah, you're fine. Like I said, I just upped you a little bit in Discord. You're fine. It's really weird. My PC panel, which is set to control Discord, had you at like max volume. Can you do some sound test real quick, Gmon? Talk.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm testing the audio because it might have got reset, not going through the right input.
It's just weird. My PC panel for voice chat is like maxed out all the way.
Test.
Yeah, no good to me.
Yeah,
I see. It sounds like usual. Yeah, interesting. Well, you guys are hearing what I'm hearing, or at least supposedly. I'm not sure. Hold on. Let me verify that.
How about now?
Yeah, you sound good.
How about now?
Oh, you still sound good.
Okay. I'm trying to get me back up so you don't have to max me out.
Oh yeah, no worries. It's good. I could just raise you on my end. The thing is, you were at 96%. So 100, obviously in Discord, 100 is middle, and 100% is exactly what it is. You can up somebody to 200% if you want, and then they're like super loud. And that's what I always have to do with Infinite, because for whatever the reason, his volume comes across to me super low. So I always have to bump him like almost all the way up to 200. Now with his using the app, it's a little bit better. But so for you, you're always at 100. So what I had to do for him was I had to lower you down to like 96 and then raise the main volume back up a little bit just to boost both of you. But for some reason, my thing is set to max on the PC panel. But that's not important. That's not important. What is important?
I just find it strange because on my old computer, I didn't have to affect you guys.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, speaking of which, how's your new machine? Rocking it?
And now that I've got it reset, it works fine.
Yeah, got the bugs worked out?
I can't believe I had to reset my computer entirely to actually
I mean,
fix it.
I can. It's an odd thing because, you get a PC custom build from like you did from Micro Center, and you expect that, oh, well, it's just perfectly fine, everything should be fine. But for me, especially working in IT and doing as many machines as we do, and I'm sure with you the same thing, you always wipe the machine. And when I started at the job that I'm at now, they didn't do that. They used to, just spin up the machines and send them on their way. And they were buying HP. Well, HP preloads their own antivirus on the machine. And then on top of it, with the company's using its own antivirus. So they wouldn't remove HP's and they would just load ours on, and it was like, I can't tell you how many things got screwed up because they had a non-enterprise configured antivirus running, and they kept flagging things and doing all kinds of issues.
Oh, I can almost guarantee that it was whatever that network program is that I couldn't get rid of.
Yeah.
But I can't prove it.
I can't prove it. Probably could, but yeah, whenever I get a machine now, there is one situation, like as far as I can remember, that I didn't do that, and that was this laptop that I just bought recently. And the reason being, it was a gigabyte machine laptop that I bought, and it was a gaming machine, so of course it came preloaded with some of their like utilities for like managing the fan curves and things like that for the machine. And so I was like, you know what, just for kicks, I'll start up the machine, kind of see what's in here, to see what those utilities are, to see if I can even get them from like Gigabyte site or anything like that, because usually they'll make them as downloadable packages. So I was like, I'll just load up the machine, I'll check it out, I'll see what the situation is. And aside from the built-in like fan curve, the LEDs, and power plan stuff, there was nothing else on the machine. I was like, this is amazing. Like, this is as clean a Windows installation as physically possible for an OEM machine. I was like, this is amazing. There was also Windows 11, so I was thinking about wiping and going back to 10, but I was like, whatever. And so I left it. I said, you know what? This is good. I said, this is like basically Windows Signature, but with like 1 GB program installed. I was like, I'm okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of just wiping the whole machine and getting that 1 program back down and basically making the same machine, I was like, you know what? I'll keep it. And it's been fine.
It would be very, very nice if I would have been able to keep everything that they had on there.
Yeah.
Because they were a pretty good experience, but I usually wipe machines anyway.
Yeah.
I have a program at work that I kind of worked on that does the wiping, does the reinstall, everything.
Oh, nice.
Like
Windows 11. So first, let me talk about this thing here for a second. 6030. Oh, I guess I did jump. I was like, I feel like I didn't go anywhere. I did. I'm still getting the same thing. When I type in Planet 8, I'm still getting can't jump in a natural gravity field. But then I just did a second almost full jump, and I'm still nowhere near the planet. Something's going on here. Something weird's happening. Anyway.
Maybe it's not able to show your distance that you can travel.
Maybe. I don't know. Something's funky.
Maybe
Something's
you
funky.
can go all the way to Planet 8.
I don't think I can. I have 1 Tier 4 jump drive. That's all I have, because the other one's a frame shift drive. So I have 1 Tier 4 jump drive, and
What
according
I mean, though,
to
is like with jump drives, generally they don't show the full distance.
even with a
when
blind
you
jump
start.
at 100%.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's possible, but if I do a blind jump at 100%, I can only go like 3,600 kilometers. So this is 96,000 kilometers away. But anyway, so rolling back, we'll check it, I guess, when it loads back up full 100%. Puff, Windows 11. So my previous laptop was a Asus VivoBook Flip from 2017. It was old then, so I think it was Skylake era. I put that machine in the Windows Insider channel so that I could download Windows 11 to it and test it, because I'd done the VM, but I was like, I really want to test it in everyday life and see how good it works. And it was my laptop. I was like, who cares? I'll just wipe it and start fresh if I have to. And it was okay. It had some weird quirks, like if you hit start and then started typing, like it wouldn't start typing. It would hit start and open the start menu, but like it wouldn't start typing. You'd have to wait a second, and then it would like eventually start typing. If you went to start and then hit power, it wouldn't load the options. It would just, the machine would just like hitch for a second.
Most annoying one is, hey, do you want to sign up for a Microsoft account?
Well, that you can actually turn. So there's two things for that. One, Windows 11 right now, they're saying, as far as the ISO goes, is it's going to force you to set up a Microsoft account, just absolutely 100%. There are ways. So if you use your own ISO burner, you can actually force it to not do that, and it is possible to be installed without forcing you to set up a Microsoft account. The flip side of that is, if you sign into the machine and get in and get it all set up, there's actually, Microsoft has 2 options in settings menu, or just like how it used to be under Windows 10, where there was like, if you went to like notifications, it would have a section for show this stuff and show suggestions and so all these things, and then at the bottom it said like show Windows tips and tricks when when it updates, and show these things that I didn't know about Windows, basically, and you could untick those. Windows 11 has the same thing, except for that obnoxious, hey, finish setting up your computer kind of thing. There are 2 tick boxes that you can actually untick, and that will go away. So I was actually very happy to find that out, because I'd had the machine for
just funny you
almost
say
a month.
that. It depends on what version you're on. If you're on home, it will not allow you to do that.
That's funny because I'm pretty sure mine is
a couple
home.
months ago. Maybe
Yeah,
it's on
my
new
version is
install,
home.
But I tested home and I tested Pro. Pro allowed you, but home didn't when I tested.
To set up a local account or to have those tick boxes? Because I
Both.
still have to sign in with mine. When I set up my machine, because I did not do a clean install, I did not set up my own ISO for the install. I did not have the option to do that. I had to set up a Microsoft account, but I already had one, and I already used it on my laptop, and I actually use it on my streaming PC. And I aside from my gaming machine, actually, everything else that I have for Windows, I'm signed in as a, and the servers I'm not, because of course those don't require that. But any other Windows machine, I am signed in with a Microsoft account. So when this came up, I was like, oh yeah, I'll sign in with a Microsoft account. It's no big deal. It's Windows 11. I know I have to, so I'll go ahead and do that. But then after that's set up, if you don't do all the little things they like for instance, being bugged about getting an Office 365 subscription. You know, I had Office 365 at one point. I stopped paying for it because I have a company provided one, so I don't need it. And you know, Microsoft literally, I've had the machine for a month, and it popped up 2 different times. Once when I was setting up the machine, and then again like 2 weeks ago, just out of the blue, I started up the machine, and it loaded up, and it said, "Hey, let's finish setting up your PC." And I'm like, I've had this machine for a month. I don't think I need to set anything else up. And it's like, how about that Office 365 account you really want? And I'm like, I don't want that. How dare you ask me again? What can I do to stop this? And then I found out that it had those tick boxes, and I went and turned those off, and voila, no more bugging.
It's like, why?
Yeah. And so no, it's the 2 different things too that it was bugging me about. The one was the Office 365 account. The other thing is that thing that technically Windows 10 does now as well, which is ever since 21H2, I think, when you install the ISO and you start starting the machine up and you go through all the original out-of-box experience things, one of the questions it asks is, let's tailor your computer to what you're going to use it for. And it's like, are you a creator? Are you a gamer? Are you just using it for browsing? Like, and it's random subcategories. And basically all those are things that set certain flags, but primarily it's what is being pinned to your taskbar and your start menu. There's really not anything else to it. Like, Windows doesn't install a special gamer mode or anything like that. Like, it's all going to be there. If you say you're just a browser or a creator, you're still going to get like the Xbox game bar. I mean, it's not going to do anything different in that respect, but it's literally what gets pinned to the taskbar. That's all it is. It's really stupid. But I hate that because I'm like, I don't want you tailoring anything. Microsoft will leave it alone. And at work, every machine we spin up is a domain machine. So the way that we do it is we start up the machine and we set up a basic local user first, and then we add it to the domain, sign in with the domain admin account, and then once it's on the domain, we remove the local user account, and then we sign in as the user so that we have a good chain of custody of the machine and there isn't any weirdness going on. Instead of just using like our own custom ISO and setting everything up. That's what we do in that respect. So that's all well and good. But at home, I was like, this is even more annoying because I definitely don't want Microsoft telling my machine how it's going to be.
What to do?
Yeah, I was like, no, I will tailor my machine to be what it is. Because Microsoft, again, it's only what they pinned. It's just stupid. It's just stupid. So anyway, my jump drive is fully charged. So if I come down here and I say 100% distance for a jump, for a blind jump, it's 3,500 kilometers is what it says in the box. If I select Planet 8 and jump to it, it says it can't be jumped into a natural gravity field, which is fine. I wonder if it's saying that just because Planet 8 GPS...
Say maybe it's the GPS inside the...
Well, it is, but if you can't reach that distance, I didn't think it would matter, That's very interesting. I'm surprised. Anyway, I can just keep jumping my full distance, actually. So if I just do another blind jump in this general direction, remove, go. Let's line it up a little bit, and there we go. And away! Yeah, I'm jumping know if that's true. Wasn't it 9300 just a minute ago that I had? If that's the case. 3500 would have been. I don't know. We'll see. Who knows? Anyway, I drained my whole jump drive, so I'm going again. But anyway, so as far as how is Windows 11 on the new machine? What's that?
Not the worst I've ever experienced.
That's true. It's not Windows 8. I'll tell you that. But what I've noticed, you know what? For me,
I just hear so many people ever complaining about that, even though I had never had much issue.
My old boss at my last job, he was on that banner. He actually told, because my dad worked for that company for forever, and not literally forever, but you get the idea. He's been the IT guy since the very beginning, basically, and he actually told my dad, because we had Windows 98 and then Windows 2000, and then we had an upgrade disk for Vista, and my old boss actually told my dad, don't upgrade to Vista. Don't do Vista. Vista's terrible. Everybody hates Vista. My first personal machine, like, obviously my family had a computer, like I said, had Windows 98 and the 2000 on it. My first personal machine was a laptop, a Dell. What was it? I don't think it was a Dell. I think it was an HP Pavilion laptop, and it had Vista pre-installed. So my first introduction to my own copy of Windows and my own computer was on Vista, and I had no problem with it. Longhorn was great. I mean, it was a wonderful, wonderful release. And then after that, I heard everybody, oh, Vista was terrible, and I'm like, why? I thought it was awesome. And I guess for people coming from XP to Vista, it was a big difference, and it was a downgrade, and people were very upset about it. But for me, I didn't really use XP in my everyday life, so I was like, I don't know, whatever. But when we did get XP on the home machine, on my parents' computer at home. We did get a computer with XP on it. I explicitly remember the XP GUI from the home computer when I got a virus in it. But anyway, it was
random stories with
random stories
and Gmod.
Yeah, it's a fun time. But basically we when I went from Vista to 7, I loved 7. 7 was like my pride and joy, and I'm glad it stuck around as long as it did. I loved 7. 7 was like my favorite OS, and when I got into IT, the environment that I was in was heavily 7 with a handful of XP machines still in the world, because of course my old boss didn't like Vista. So there were XP machines that had never been upgraded, and then everything else was basically Windows 7. So 7 was like my intro into IT was with Windows 7, which was fine. I liked it. And then my home machines eventually got 7, and that's what I did. I rocked 7 forever. And then my home machine, because at the time I only had one, I had a laptop and a desktop, but the desktop is the key one. I upgraded that to Windows 8 when it came out, because if you remember, there was like a $40 Windows 8 upgrade deal that Microsoft did, like the first couple weeks that 8 was out, or maybe the first couple months, and I did that. So for $40, I upgraded to Windows 8, and suffered, and then got Windows 8.1 when it was released, and I was like, all right, cool. And then when 10 came out, I did the free upgrade to 10, I did that as well, and that's where it's been. My home machine is still running 10. But yeah, it was a fun time, because when I went to VCU, Virginia Commonwealth University, back for university, and they, of course, as a lot of universities here do, they gave you access to special volume license deals for Microsoft software. Some of those being OSs. So I got Windows or Office 2010 Home and Student for free, which was awesome, because I had an actual physical, I had a physical copy of 2007. I remember when you had to go do that? Remember when you had to go to the store and buy the physical copies, the plastic shell canisters that had the disc in it? And Microsoft's Office is always so cool because it was all curved on one side. It's so nice. But anyway, I remember I had that, and I had Office 2007 Home and Student, which I rocked, on my own stuff. And then when I got the 2010 key, I was like, sweet. And I took 2010 for free from VCU, and I was like, sweet. And they also gave out a copy of every version of Win 7. So Home Pro and Ultimate. Remember back when 7 had Ultimate? And so I grabbed Windows 7 Ultimate and upgraded my home PC to Windows 7 Ultimate, and that was awesome. You know, so I had the upgrade path for my home PC was, I think it came with 7, and then for the machine that I had, and I went from 7 to 7 Ultimate to 8 to 8.1, and then to 10. And actually, I had a serious problem because when I was trying to, one day I was trying to just completely wipe my machine and start over, and it was in the days of 8.1, before Windows 10 came out. And I had upgraded the machine so many times with different keys, I didn't know what the actual key was anymore for the computer. So when I was trying to reinstall Windows 8, it was like, well, what's your key? And I'm like, I have no idea. It was rough. And I think I finally found like the Windows 7 Ultimate key that technically worked because it had been upgraded to an 8 key for the $40, and so it was funky, but I was able to get that, so that was nice. It can't be worse than when 2.1 back then. 2.1 was ahead of my time. 3.0 was ahead of my time. I was born into the world in 1990 and only really experienced a computer in the late 95 days, so Windows 95. And then, of course, I grew up on Windows 98, and the school that I went to had a computer lab with Windows 98 on it. Actually, I think at the time they were probably still 95 because you didn't just upgrade a whole school's worth of computers where I was.
I had the Macintosh.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Nice.
The 98 Macintosh.
Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, we didn't do anything with Macs, and I don't know why. I don't know if maybe it's because like Apple was run by hippies or something. I have no idea. But my parents did Windows. That's just what they had. Our very first computer was a Packard Bell Tower, and
I have nothing against the Apple products as long as you don't have to repair them.
See, I've actually the modern ones, like the well, I say modern, 10 years ago, the iMacs and stuff like that. I have done repairs on them, and they're not awful. The ones that had like swappable RAM and swappable drives and things like that, those I was able to. I mean, you could do repairs on those. These days, where everything is just an SoC, good luck. You take that to an Apple store and you have them fix it, because there's nothing you can do. Or
you go to an Apple store and get a new one.
Yeah, we're getting to do one, yeah. First family computer I remember was DOS, and my first own was Win95. Nice, Puff. Yeah, I'm not old enough for that to be a thing. Like I said, my first laptop, my sister bought for me when I was going into college. Before that, it was home family computer all the way. And like I said, we had a Packard Bell with Windows 95 or 98 on it, I don't remember. I think it was 95. Then we eventually upgraded that to a Dell E-Class home media, like Windows Home Media Center Edition. That was fun. And then... So that was a long time. So I think that Packard Bell survived us through Windows 95 and 98 and XP. And then I think when we upgraded to the Media Center PC, I think that was Windows... No, there's no way that was Windows 7. I guess that had to have been XP? It was way too smooth to be XP. That can't be. I have to think about this and do some research. But yeah, we, let's do it. I have to think about that. I strongly remember the Dell Media Center PC being Windows 7, because it had Windows Media Center installed, and it was very Windows 7 era, just like shwa shwa shwa, like that. I don't know. That's the best way that I can put it into sound, I guess, of like the experience of Windows 7 and Media Center. It was like Steam Big Picture, basically, if you want to think of it that way. It was really funny. Totally useless, but it was a thing that they decided was key for people. But yeah, we had that Packard Bell for a long time. And then we eventually got that Dell E-Class. And then after that... Wow, what did they do after that? I'm not even sure. I think there was a machine between the E-Class and when I gave people my old desktop, my HP Pavilion desktop. Because I bequeathed that to my family, I think, after I built my own PC. I'm trying to remember the actual step-by-step. It was a long time ago. But I built my first PC in 2010. 2009, 2010. I had that HP Pavilion desktop, and I had upgraded the processor from an Athlon 2 to an Athlon 2 4, an X4. And I had added in like an AMD Radeon 6450 low profile graphics card to it. And I'd done a couple other things, added new drives and put an SSD in and everything like that.
Yeah, I'm starting to build the station.
Nice, excellent. I was the king in high school, 64 megabytes RAM. Nice. Yeah, I think back to the HP, to the Hewlett Packard, or sorry, the Packard Bell, and I don't even know what the specs were on that, but I'm sure it was in the probably 100, 120 or so megabytes of RAM, somewhere in that range. You know, anywhere from like 100 to 200 megabytes of RAM, and I think the processor was a Pentium, I think.
You want to hear something shocking? Even though I'm in IT, I didn't have a computer until I was almost done with high school. So.
Well, my family had their computer, but I didn't have my own computer until I was almost done with high school, because that's when my sister bought me my laptop, when I was going into college.
I mean,
a computer period?
No one in
oh, wow.
House.
Wow.
No one in the house at all.
No one in the
I didn't
house.
have any computer access.
Hey, Rashid! We're talking about computers, Rashid. Well, when was your first computer? Like, family computer, personal computer, anything? Around that time scale, I think Pentium 4. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I'm pretty sure it was like a Pentium 4. Yeah. This, man, something else.
Because computers weren't really important back then.
I'm trying to think why my family even had one. You know, when I stop and think about, like, of the families that would have a computer, why did we? And the only thing I can think is remembering my mom playing solitaire. That's like the only thing I can think of.
How much the internet's listening? You want to talk about YouTube listening? Evolution of the PCs just showed up on YouTube when I opened up your stream. It has the IBM and it has
perfect.
So many different computers.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I bet the computer house had a turbo button. You know what?
That does not go turbo.
Ours, so the Packard Bell did not have a turbo button. I don't think. It had, I think it had a single button, and it was the power button. It was a giant oval. I mean, I'd say giant. It was probably an inch wide, oval or something like that. I think that was it. I have this, like, very vague memory of it having a turbo button, but I feel like I'm just, like, misappropriating a memory to, like, because I've seen machines that had the turbo buttons before and, like, physically touched them and had them, but I don't think it was my family PC for the Packard, but I gotcha. Yeah, those were great. Oh, you need more power? Hit that turbo button. Those were great.
And
Our
most of
overlords
them
are listening.
most of the turbo buttons didn't actually speed up the PC.
Well, they would kick the processor into boost mode, basically. But the problem is, especially with machines like that, I mean, you're talking about boost. It's not that much of a boost, I mean, it was an improvement over whatever your base clock was, but whatever. But heat really wasn't a problem back then, as far as, like, what they were doing, because the transistors were so big, the chips were so big, everything was so big, you could cool them pretty easily, and that's why a lot of old machines didn't have tons of active cooling. They had the one fan in the back, and that was all they needed. So you could turbo for a while and not have to worry about, like, heating or anything. It was just fine. They usually slowed more over time. Yeah, I know, right? Let's see, Rashid, first computer, it was in his late 20s. Wow. I mean, that's almost where I was, because I would have graduated from high school, secondary school around... No, not secondary. Tertiary? What do they call that in the rest of the world? High school? I know primary school, secondary school is our middle school. I guess high school is just high school. But anyway, I think I was either a junior or a senior in high school when my sister bought me the laptop. As like my graduate. I think it would have been senior year because it was my graduation present, quote unquote. So I built my first computer out of the computers the hospital I worked in was throwing out just to play Final Fantasy 11. Nice. Yeah, I built my first PC. I'm one of those enthusiasts, and I will admit that, where I could have something that's fine, but if there's something better and shinier, I kind of want that. And not that I have like an addictive personality or anything like that, but one of the things that I always, said about drinking was that I was like, I can't start drinking, because if I started drinking, I would try to find like the best, wines, or the finest, craft beers, or, the best of this, and then that's all I would want to drink, and I'd make myself poor. So I always used to say that. Nowadays, I'll have like a something every once in a while, like a stout or a porter or something like that. Usually I was actually having this conversation with somebody at work. They were talking about cutting, way back, because they're like, I end up drinking too much and I do all this stuff. And I said, I was like, oh yeah, because they were like, because when you drink, you're not just gonna drink one drink, what are you gonna do that for? That's ridiculous. And I'm like, that's what I do. I was like, I drink for the flavor. I was like, so when I get like a nice porter or a stout, I sip on it, and most of the time I can finish it. I was like, but I'll drink one.
Okay, maybe this will shock you. I've never had one.
Never had a drink or a porter?
Any.
I didn't. For the first drink I had was, which, first off, Gmod, good on you if you're doing that for a reason, or if there's something, just strong will.
Just never had any interest.
Never had it, yeah.
I mean, even
and that's for me too. I was raised in a household that never drank. It wasn't part of our lives, and so I grew, which I think is pretty good. I grew up never really, needing to try it or wanting to try it. And beyond that, I think I got gypped, I guess. It's all this peer pressure that I was supposed to get when I was growing up. I never got. Like, nobody tried to get me to do drugs. Nobody tried to pressure me to drink. Nobody tried to pressure me into sex. Like, none of this stuff happened. I was just like, whatever. So I was in college before I knew what weed smoke smelled like. And even then, I didn't know what it was. I was like, what is that, like, weird smell of, like, in the air? And somebody was like, oh, that's weed. And I was like, it is? And they're like, yeah. They're like, you don't know? I was like, I have no idea. I just noticed that some smoke smells different from other smoke. But yeah, nobody tried to get me to smoke, like, nothing. And maybe I just wasn't with the cool kids. Maybe that was me, who knows? But yeah, like, I was never pressured into doing any of this stuff. So of course, not only did I not have a family that did any of that stuff, I was also never pressured to do any of it. So I just kind of cruised through life.
Well, you want to know what's surprising about that? On both sides of my family, they weren't heavy drinkers, but they all drank. At least more than once. And I never had one.
That's interesting. And again, good on you. I mean, if you're just like, oh, I don't really care. I mean, good for sticking to your thoughts, just like, oh yeah, I don't need to. And yeah, that's great.
I mean, on that same thought, for the past 5 years, I haven't actually watched TV.
You haven't watched TV for the past 5 years?
Yes. I have a TV in the living room.
Wait, was that when Game of Thrones ended? Were you so fed up with season 8, you're just like, I'm not watching TV ever again?
No, I've actually never watched Game of Thrones.
Oh my goodness, I could say that for a long time, until my wife, at the time my girlfriend and I started dating. I had never seen it because I never had an HBO subscription, so I never watched it. I was like, whatever, and I was like, people like Game of Thrones, that's cool. I've never seen it, and I think I came in somewhere around like season 5, but my wife was like,
I still don't have an HBO subscription or any of those.
Yeah, where you say Grey's Anatomy? Is that what you said?
No, I've never had any of those subscriptions to HBO Max or
oh dear.
that stuff.
Reaver Invader.
Hope you could jump. 'Cause I don't think I can get to you.
Suck it, Reaver!
You're like, I'm far enough away. So what if the Shimazake comes
I know.
after me?
The FSD has a new animation. A new animation and sound that's awesome.
So you do know you're pointing the Shimazake at us, right?
Me. You're far away. You don't have to worry about it. Me neither. No
Okay.
TV. A Puff doesn't watch it. Irrelevant these days. What everyone watches on the net. Oh, interesting. Look at you guys. I knew what weed smelled like before I was 10 and smoked it the first time when I was 14. Oh, interesting. Yeah, see, for me, it just, I grew up without any of that influence in my life. And so because of that, it was just kind of like, I never had opportunity, but I also, just like what Gmod was saying, I never felt the need. Like people would say like, oh, you gotta, we're gonna have a lot of fun because we gotta get drunk. And I'm like, why? I have so much fun, and I've never had a touch of alcohol. Like, what are you talking about? Do you just not know how to have fun? And some people actually don't. Some people cannot like have a good time unless they're slightly buzzed, which I find sad. Because I like.
Very much so.
Yeah, it's it's a shame. But anyway, that all that aside, oof, wow, that was. I love the
Heavy
Super
talk.
Cruise mod. That's awesome. But anyway, looping back around. But yeah, let's see. Game of Thrones. Yeah. So I grew up without any of that stuff. So we were talking about my first drink was on my 25th birthday. My roommate at the time, best friend, at the time, he took me out. We went to Sticky Rice, which is a Japanese sushi restaurant in Richmond, and he got sake. It was hot sake, which I will admit I do not like hot sake. I didn't know that at the time, of course, but now I know. And he got some hot sake. What's that?
I just want to quickly answer Rashid.
Hmm?
Game of Thrones might be a good watch, but the problem is I don't have time to watch it.
Oh my goodness, and it was so much.
Work and everything else,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
There's somebody was saying, I might have been a comedian talking about it, where they were like, somebody would recommend a movie versus somebody recommending a TV show these days, and it's like, oh yeah, you got to watch this movie. It's like, okay, it's like 2 hours. Okay, I could probably fit that in somewhere. But people are now saying like, oh, you got to watch this TV show, and it's like, you're signing me up for a solid week of stuff for me to watch. Like that's a lot. And in the case of Game of Thrones, I mean, you're talking like a month of solid watching to finish that series, and then even then it's awful. Like not the show. Like the show's pretty good. It had some slow bits. I think season 5 or 6, whenever the faceless men bit with Arya was the thing, that just to me was kind of very slow. And I didn't mind Arya. I thought she was cool, but like the whole arc of her, I was kind of like, this is kind of boring. But that to say, then you get to season 8, and they were just like, which you've probably heard the memes about it, stuff like that. Basically, like the directors got to season 8 and they were like, we have a better project to work on. We're done with Game of Thrones. Let's wrap up all the storylines as best we can, and by as best we can, as awfully as we can. And it was terrible. The ending was awful. Like, it was so bad. They just wrapped up all these storylines in the dirtiest way possible, and in ways that just made no sense. It was terrible. But anyway, back to things. So I had sake on my 25th birthday for the first time, and it was interesting. It was hot. Didn't like it. It was meh. It was whatever. But then that kind of opened the door for like, oh, maybe I'll try another sake somewhere else. We'd like go to like Kanpai or Yamato or something like that, and you'd have something there. And then eventually, I still didn't like the smell or taste of beer, and I still don't like the very yellowy beers. Not my thing. But like a strong like porter or a stout or something like that, I'll get down with one of those. Those are pretty tasty. Let's see. What else we got here? New smell like tense, but no TV. It's relevant stuff. And so Gmod, clarify this thing. So you don't watch TV But do you stream anything? I don't think YouTube counts.
No.
No. See, that's the key right there. Because I don't pay for television either. I don't have TV. And in fact, we don't even have our HBO subscription. We bum it off of my wife's mom because she had an account and she gave us the creds. And so we would sign in to watch Game of Thrones. But we never, like, I haven't had a TV subscription since 2014.
The most you could consider streaming for me would be Amazon. And that's because I got Amazon Prime.
There you go. Yeah. See, and yeah.
And they got free stuff included.
Yeah, interesting. Game of Thrones, I would say, is good. Just know that you're kind of going to have a rough ending if you care about that. Rashid says, used to drink but don't like it anymore, having high blood pressure. Yeah, migraine's kicking. And there is a medical reason for a lot of people why you shouldn't drink or smoke or do drugs, because there's other underlying things in your system that probably don't handle that very well. But yeah, for me, I'm mostly a healthy 20. I'm not 20. What am I saying? 32
year old. Go backwards.
I'm like, what am I, like 28, 29? No. Yeah, I'm gonna be 32 this. Yeah, it's 2022. I'm gonna be 32. That's one of the joys about being born on a 10 is that the ending digit of the number of the year is how old you're gonna be. So like, it's 2022. I'm gonna be 32. It's easy to remember. But yeah, so I'm 32-ish. In September is my birthday. And most part, I'm healthy, I would say. I could stand to lose some weight, I'll tell you that. I'm like at the moment, I'm 225, I think. Which is not terrible. And I don't really I hold it in my thighs. Like, that's where my weight tends to sit for whatever the reason. It's a family thing. So, like, my gut is not, like, huge. And I don't wear, like, all this big, heavy weight on my body. It's just, I'm dense. So it's very weird. Like, somebody will look at me and be like, oh, you look thin. I'm like, no, I might be, but I weigh a lot. So I could definitely stand to lose some weight. I should be probably around like 190-ish if I could be. I'm trying. I'm getting back down. We took that vacation to Florida and I gained like 20 pounds or something. It was awful. Living itself causes death. Why not enjoy it? Hey. Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you until somebody goes to the doctor and they're like, hey, if you smoke a cigarette, your heart's going to give out, like, within 5 minutes. And they're like, yeah,
if you're
I got nothing to live for.
If you're in a smoky place.
Yeah. But it's just one of those things where I'd be like, you might want to hold off if you're going to, like, within 5 minutes of smoking a cigarette, you're going to die. I might hold off on that. But, I mean, you know, to each their own. If you know, again, to each their own. People can have their own beliefs and thoughts on how things are supposed to be, and that's fine, but cannot force anyone to do anything. So the best you can do is follow your own things and let others, you know, you can inform others, hey, this probably might not be the best thing for you, skydiving without a helmet, but you know what, if you want to, go for it. So yeah, Puff, I'm not saying you're gonna die in 5 minutes. I'm just saying if that was a scenario, if somebody's like, they went to the doctor, they're like, hey, I'm not feeling too good, and they're like, oh yeah, like, if you smoke a cigarette, you're gonna die in 5 minutes, then you might not want to do that. You might want to hold off. You have a little more to live for, maybe. I don't know. Maybe you don't. Who knows? But yeah, do you want to have you watch Invincible? 251 at 6'4". See, I am not 6'4", and that's the key. I am, well, my driver's license says that I'm 5'11", which I would say is mostly accurate.
I'm not even sure how I have that.
I know, it's not something you really care about after you pass, like, the age of 20. You're like, oh, how tall am I? Oh, well. I look around, and I'm taller than a handful of people, and I'm shorter than a handful of people, and I'm just like, whatever, this is where I'm at.
I don't really know if this bothers other people more than it does me, but when someone asks me about my birthday or how old I am, I stand there, and I look at them like,
I'm not sure. Nice.
This whole.
I love these vents.
I don't care about my
Right.
birthday anymore.
So I just want to make a comment real quick. These vents are awesome. Like because the jump drive is charging right now, the vents are full open. So it's kind of like, I don't know if anybody other than Gmod has played Elite Dangerous, because I know he's played before. But when you're charging your frameshift drive in Elite Dangerous, usually your ship has some sorts of like heat sink things and charge things and like come out and like spin and do all like really cool stuff and start to glow. And then your ship like jumps into super cruise. It's like really cool. So I
was
liked.
gonna ask you, did you get a carrier yet?
No, I never got a carrier. I'm nowhere near the credit limit for something like that. And I don't play Elite near enough. I mean, people say, they're like, oh, get on once a month, and in, 3 hours you could make all the credits you need to run your, your carrier for a month. And I'm like, yeah, maybe, but sometimes I don't get on it in a month. I mean, if I made an active, like, determination of, like, I'm gonna get on to Elite at least once a month, maybe I could, but I don't.
Yeah.
But anyway, so there's that. So I like these vents because they light up when it's charging, and then when I don't know if you saw when we were looking at the back, but when you fire the either the FSD or the jump drive, the vents open and get really bright and glow, so it looks like they're charging up. This is pretty cool. I like it. Anyway, back to this. Rashid asked if you've watched Invincible on Amazon Prime. I have not. That was one of those that I saw and I was like, ooh, I want to watch that, but I've never gotten around to it.
Invincible. It sounds familiar, but
It's
maybe,
the animated superhero-y, like dark superhero-y show that I believe is based off the comic series. It was a comic series, I think. Graphic novel,
I read
something
the
like
comic first, and then the anime cartoon thing.
Anime cartoon
made
thing.
me mad because they left so much out. That's the problem. I usually read stuff first, and then so much is left out in the conversion.
I gotcha. I understand.
I have not found many conversions that have actually been realistic.
Well, Zeron and I know. We've been talking about Rings of Power coming out, on Amazon Prime, and we're both really furious because it's so wrong on so many levels. And you get that, I mean, you watch a show or a series. For me, it's Star Wars. Oh my goodness, I'm still not super happy about all that. When Disney took over and just tossed all the old canon out. Like there was so much. People like for instance, what was it? Not the whatever the first of the new trilogy was. I don't remember. New Jedi, old Jedi, somebody's Jedi. I don't know.
New Hope?
Not new. No, the new trilogy.
Trying to think.
Yeah, I don't even know. That's how much I don't care about it. So anyway, Chewbacca was in that movie, and I was like, how? He died like a long time ago. And people were like, what are you talking about? I'm like, yeah, in the expanded universe, he died. It was a planet that they were rescuing because the planet was like imploding basically, and they were rescuing people off of the planet. And Chewbacca died trying to save some children. Huh?
He died so long ago, it's become like a tradition every year to say, bye, Chewbacca.
It's just, it's ridiculous. And so then they were like, oh, here's this new movie that's like X amount of years after the series ended. And I'm like, oh, cool. Wait, was that Chewbacca? What? Huh? What? And that was like, something's not right here. And then, of course, all the stuff they changed. I'm like, what in the world? Like, Han and Leia's children, the expanded universe, they were completely different stories. This Kylo Ren character, that wasn't a person. As far as I'm aware, there was never a Kylo Ren in the expanded universe. Never. And apparently, that's just the thing. Spoilers if you haven't seen the movie. I haven't, so I don't know if it counts as spoilers for me too. But I think it's Ben, their kid Ben, which was their youngest child. Apparently he's Kylo Ren or something. I'm like, what? No, Ben never went bad. What are you talking about? It's ridiculous. So anyway,
I
but it's that kind of
lost
stuff.
interest in Star Wars when they didn't go the Jar Jar route.
I
always considered him off, like not special off, but more of there's something really weird and bad about this character.
Oh man, did you ever watch Fanboys? That movie with oh man, I can't remember the actors. The kid that plays Hiccup in the How to Train Your Dragon movies, and
I think I know what you're
dang
talking
it,
about.
not again.
The Reavers are like, he's alone.
Well, I think I'm gonna pass these ones. I don't think they're gonna catch up to me.
Yeah, you might get a shot or two.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna be able to. Yeah, at the moment they're getting farther and further away. Yeah, I think I'll be fine. The problem is when they come in directly in front of you, and then you gotta watch out. Yeah, I think.
No, I mean, Rashid, I like Jar Jar. I don't like where they took him.
Dang it, they are getting closer to me.
Okay, I'll continue that thought after we see if Manta survives.
Oh, I'll be fine. I just accelerated a little bit. They apparently were going max speed coming at me. Yeah, they're getting further away. We're fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah. Anyway, the Fanboys thing, the movie, there was a guy who is like a bad guy. He's like a pimp basically in the film, and he was going to threaten the guys, to pay, because they had escorts with them. And then they mentioned that they were Star Wars fans, and the guy's like, "Oh, you're Star Wars fans? Oh man!" And he like pulls his jacket off, and he's got like all these tattoos, like all these Star Wars tattoos. And this is of course before Phantom Menace comes out. So he like pulls his shirt up off his back and shows like his back, and he's got a tattoo, a full back tattoo of little Annie and Jar Jar, like back to back with their arms crossed. And he's like, "Check this guy out." He's like, "Jar Jar, oh man, he's the shit." Like he's gonna be awesome. And it's like, it was hilarious because of course, he wasn't. But yeah, it's kind of like that where he's like, this guy was like, he knows Jar Jar's like, there's something about this guy, and then they just did him dirty.
I mean, okay, continuing my thought, Rashid, my explanation on Jar Jar is technically, from what I've seen and from what I've heard of the original writing, how they wanted it to go, he was technically going to be the Yoda on the dark side, guiding the Jedi along the whole journey.
You just gotta feel your rage.
Yeah. Like, so much adds up. Like, him jumping down from a 3-story bridge, him giving up his position as senator. I mean, I know he's supposed to be stupid, but come on. There's just way too many coincidences and other things that he's done throughout the series that I could name that, in the sense of a Darth Jedi, makes sense. Just acting crazy does not.
I just want to call out the fact that Rashid apparently has a jelly belly. And not the jelly bean kind, I would assume. Must be nice being 6'4", though.
Yeah, I just felt that they did such a wrong turn on him.
It's like season 8 of Game of Thrones.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I agree.
Yeah.
Until I see it.
Oh man. All right, let's see. We got this here. So it looks like Puff has played Elite. Just go mining for a couple hours with charges. High-tip diamonds always pay. See, and that's, I'd love to, but I just, I don't have. Who has the time? I know of the comic, but never read it. The cartoon is good. They don't hide the gore, and that's kind of what. I know this is mostly directed at Gmod, but that's kind of what drew me in to Invincible, was just some of the. I like that. I don't know why, but I always like that story. The fact that, like, it's a superhero but not so much the hero. You know, like, it's a superhero, they have all these powers, and they're not like, ha ha ha, I've got all these evil powers, so I'm going to rob a bank. You know, like, none of that. It's just like, no, I have all these powers, so I'm going to level a city, you know, kind of thing. Like, that kind of stuff always kind of interests me for some reason. I'm not sure why. It just does.
Have you ever seen the movie Brightburn?
I have not.
Basically, what would happen if Superman grew up and he didn't have a moral compass?
Don't we get that with, like, evil Superman, like in the Bizarro world?
No, this is like, he doesn't have anything anchoring.
Gotcha.
he just has his own desires and will, and is basically in a world that is clay in his hands.
Rashid, it's a mixed bag. Short females love my height, but it's hard finding clothes that fit. I believe that's why the big and tall was invented, and I'm sure that does not fit all of the criteria you're looking for. But I do love the idea that short females love my height. It's the funny thing about being 6'4", though, is that most are probably considered short to you. With me at 5'10", or 5'11", 5'10", whatever I am, I'm not even sure. There are plenty of people that are about my height or shorter than me, and then there's like several that are taller than me. And I have dated girls that are taller than me, which is interesting. But not that there's anything wrong with that, you know. I mean, it's not like it's raw, but you know, there's always this, you know, stereotype that's like, oh, you know, the guy's always taller than the girl kind of thing, and you know, guys have to be taller than their girlfriends because of whatever the reason, because they're not a man if they're not, or something. I don't know. But for me, like, I don't care.
It's so weird. That's a stereotype.
Well, it's just traditional. Things. Yeah, it's just traditional gender stereotype that, you know, and it's, you know, slightly phenotypical as well. I mean, the fact that, you know, on average, males of species tend to be larger than the females, or have something that the females don't, whether it's they're more colorful, whether they're bigger, you know, whatever it is. There's usually something to differentiate the males from the females and stuff. Sometimes it's reversed. Sometimes the females are bigger or more colorful and stuff like that. But most of the time, there are sexual dimorphisms between the two that, you know, tend to be stereotypical. And in the case of humans and Homo sapiens, we tend to be the fact that males tend to be taller and bulkier than females of our same race and nationality. And that's just on average, you know. I mean, those averages may have changed these days, but stereotypically throughout history, that's just been the style, you know, of how things have gone. And that's just genetics. But that doesn't mean that, you know, there's people and outliers on both ends. There's females that are very tall, very bulky. I mean, there's female bodybuilders and stuff, which I don't have to tell you guys that. I know everybody's aware. But just you know that I know that there's always exceptions to the rule. You know, I'm a biologist. I'm in IT, but my degree is in biology, and I am very well aware that there are always outliers all the time. So, I mean, I've never fallen into one.
You never know where life turns, huh?
Yeah, well, and you know, yeah, I know, right? I know, it's ridiculous. So different, you know, it's ridiculous. But yeah, there's for any species, there's always outliers. So don't think that I'm like, this is how it needs to be. Superman, Red Sun. Oh, that's interesting. Not to mention, can you get this from up here for me? I actually make fun of short people when they can't reach. Yeah, no, so I lived with the roommate I was talking about before. I lived with this guy for 2 years, and he's a very good friend of mine, very good friend. And he's like potentially like 6'4". I mean, he's either like 6'2", 6'3", somewhere up there, but he's significantly taller than I am, like a good like head taller than me. Like when I go and I like give him a hug, he's at least a head taller than me. And you know, he's some big guy. And, It was very interesting living with somebody for 2 years that was just so much taller than I was. You just always walk around. You just always feel so small. It feels so small. You're like, oh. Like, I'm tall enough that I could reach things on certain shelves and stuff. Now, granted, here at home, I do have, my wife has a stool because she's short, and I will borrow it to put stuff up in the closet on the top shelves and stuff. It's just easier. But yeah, that's great. The first time I met a female that was close to my height, I was scared at first because I'd never feel that tall. I think she was she at first. That's great. Yeah, it can catch you off guard. It absolutely can. Yeah, and I growing up, you know, I was always of the mindset that I liked, you know, shorter, you know, people that were shorter than me. You know, it was kind of what I always was kind of gravitated towards. And I think it was the cute factor, you know, because it was when I was younger. And it's really funny. I think I might have even mentioned this before on stream, but you can follow my mental progression and maturity as I got older by the anime waifus that I had. So when I know it's an interesting thing, but follow along here.
Didn't expect that. That's why I had to laugh.
Just follow along with me here. So when I was younger, like in my late teens, you know, I was a really big fan of, I'm trying to think of, like, before Sayaka, who was it? There's a handful. There were all kinds. Here's a good one. Pokemon girls. The 10-year-olds, basically. That, you know, the different Poke girls and stuff like that. I think mine was Leaf. Leaf was always the one that I was about. She was the unused female character for Red and Blue and Green. That made her debut in Pokemon Special, the manga series, instead of, which is just, to wrap it back, it's just like how Invincible is, where this was the no-holds-barred kind of Pokemon series, where somebody, you know, some bad guy comes after you and sends an Arbok to attack you, which was the giant snake, and you throw out a Pokemon that cuts that Arbok in half and kills it. And just, oh, look, it's dead now. And then you flee for your life because that person's trying to kill you. It was that series, and that was great. I mean, it was a great series. And so, again, that's the kind of things that I'm into. But Leaf she's very young. Well, I say very young. In the Pokemon Special manga, she was probably mid-teens, maybe late teens. It's hard to say exactly. I know she had an actual age in the series, I think, but I don't remember what it was. But anyway, I was in my late teens. She was in her late teens. So it was like, oh, yeah, there you go. And then as I got older, into my early 20s, the character that I always gravitated towards was Sayaka, Miki Sayaka from Madomagi, which was Kuolamagi Madoka Magica. And she's, you know, early teens, I guess you could say. It's hard to, again, who knows? But that was like the girl that I was like, oh, she's awesome. Like, that's my character. I really like her. And then I started getting older, and I, you know, started getting my late 20s. And the show that really caught my eye was To Love Ru, and the character of Lala was very much my, like, oh man, this is the character. And she's much more mature, if you are aware of the series. She's significantly older. Well, I say significantly, she's probably in her 20s, you know, late 20s or something. I don't know how old. I actually have no idea how old Lala is. But she's
saying at this point,
yeah,
how crazy anime and cartoons can be.
I know, right?
Be dealing with an immortal vampire.
I do, exactly, right? I know. Well, I mean, think about like Monogatari and what's her face?
Eldritch being of infinite power and confusion. You don't even know.
Nyarko-san, hello, Cthulhu and all that jazz.
If they're a blob or if they're a random cat
right?
The next day.
So anyway, all that to say that Lala is a bit more mature than your average cute little young anime girl. And that was kind of where I was leaning in that direction. And it was just because like I was getting older, I was growing up, and I was kind of, my interests were moving into people who were more mature looking. And of course, anime was still my, you know, my drive and my thing. So that was where I, you know, saw people. But at the same time, I started dating girls who were older, who were not older, you know, than me. Like, oh, I'm dating 40-year-olds and stuff like that, you know, when I'm in my 20s. But just that people that were, you know, my age. Because I went a long period. say a long period, it was maybe like a year or so, where I was dating girls that were a lot younger than I was. And again, it was that cute factor. It was the, like, oh, they're younger, they're cuter, oh, they're smaller than me, I can pat them on the head, kind of thing. But it's just, I don't know, it was even at that age, I was starting to notice like a generational gap. I had someone who adamantly told me there was no such language as Afrikaans, and I was like, I'm pretty sure there is. So I had to send them a Wikipedia article. I was like, there you go. And they were like, oh. But it's just like, I don't know, intellectually and like maturity level, I, was starting to get kind of outside that range. And I was like, I think something needs to shift here. And I think that's when I started moving more into like a more mature person, kind of closer to my age kind of thing. It's my mid-20s. So anyway, that's probably more than you guys need to know about me. But let's catch up on some of this here. Superman Red Sun. I know, right? Xena the Warrior Princess is my first waifu, even though that wasn't anime. It doesn't have to be. That's fine, Rashid. With animes, you can never really know the age. And sometimes they keep it vague on purpose. Because one of the big things in, even in Japan, is the concept of, over-sexualizing holies. And the fact that, people look at it and they're like, oh, these, kids, these are children, these are young, young children, and, it's pedophilia and all this jazz. And so sometimes, manga creators and anime creators will like intentionally leave it vague on how old they actually are. Like, oh, they're in high school. Sure. And they'll just draw this character as if they're, I don't know, in elementary school or something. It's odd sometimes. Or you have the legit thing, like in Azumanga Daioh, where you have Chiyo-chan, who literally is a young child, but is in high school, and it's all fine. Not that she was over-sexualized or anything. Azumanga Daioh, by the way, if you have not seen it, great series. It's
And then if you really want to go crazy, you have the older, looking people that are really young.
That's true too.
Like in manga or anime or any sort of book, you really can't tell the age unless they say it outright. Even then, you can't be sure.
Even I'll tell you though, it's that way in actual real life with certain races as well. For instance, I'll throw out there that on average, and again I say this all on average in my own experience, Asian women tend to look young for a very long time, and then it's just like they hit 60, and it just a switch switches, and suddenly they look like this not elderly woman, but this aged and honorable mother, kind of person. It's like, whoa, what just happened? But if you put an Asian woman in front of me anywhere between 20 and 50, there's a very good chance I would have no idea how old she is. African American men are the same way for me. It's something about anywhere between 20 and 40 or 50, maybe even 60. I cannot tell age, and then all of a sudden they've got a gray stubble or beard and gray hair, and it's like, oh, suddenly you're old. And it's like, wow, look at that. It's the weirdest thing. I mean, I've known there's a guy I worked with for years. Years I worked with this guy, and I assumed he was in his 40s. Come to find out, he's almost 70. I was like, what in the world? What? I had no idea. I cannot tell. The age for me is it's just very difficult. So again, more than you probably need to know about me. But yeah, there are certain races that I cannot tell age between a certain range, because it doesn't fit with my understanding of oh, you age like this, and it just completely blows my mind.
I guess if you want another topic, how about SLS? It's supposed to launch the space launch system that's been taking decades.
Oh, the spinny one?
NASA.
Or NASA's thing?
Yeah, NASA's. called a SLS Space Launch System.
I have heard of it, but I don't know what is this one.
The big old giant rocket that uses old technology to launch in the space.
I thought I saw an article recently, something about that, where they were
It's
not
pretty much
using something.
going old reliable. It was meant to be in use a long time ago,
Mhm.
because they started it way before the space shuttle actually stopped. But only now are they about to test it. And even
Wow.
then, I think the only reason that they are is because they don't want to lose out to SpaceX.
Well,
Because
yeah,
because SpaceX is about to launch within
they're doing awesome.
probably 3 to 4 months.
You talking about for Starship?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Will they get the space? Questionable, but I mean, they learn from failures more than successes.
Yeah, it's interesting stuff. I tell you, I'm excited for Starship. I'm really excited to see how that goes. I miss the shuttles. I really do. I mean, they were launched during my lifetime, and I mean, I was very much into space too when they shuttered the last one. Was it? I think Discovery. Was it Discovery the last run, last shuttle that
I
ran?
think so.
I think it was. And I mean, I watched when it landed, and that was it. That was the end of our reusable rocket space race. And I was like, what?
I guess I would have a question for you and
Yeah.
the stream. There is this project hosted by a Japanese artist, a billionaire.
A billionaire.
He basically bought the first tickets on Starship around the moon. And he is giving out tickets to certain people, and
Is it me? Tell me it's me. Is it me?
Like he has essays and other things. You basically can apply, and if you get a ticket, you get to go to the moon on the first trip.
Oh man! Now, is Starship going to land on the moon on the first run, or is it just going to
No,
circle?
they're going to go around the moon.
Gotcha. Now, is this after
Basically-
they've tested that they can get around the moon, or is this like the test flight around the moon?
Oh. I mean, you know Starship, you know the Falcon 9. I mean, they've kind of proven at this point that they know how to land a rocket and know how to launch it. As long as they can prove that the Starship is safe, I'm pretty sure some people would be okay with chancing it.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean-
I'd like for them at least to have a few trips around the moon before I'm like, I'm on it.
Yeah, but either way, what my question was
Oh.
is, if it was proven safe and you got selected, would you take the chance, or would you give it to someone else?
Man, that's a once in a lifetime.
Because some people have said, like, no, I'm not
86,
getting off
yeah.
this rock. I will give it to someone else. No, I'm not going up that much high and going anywhere but on Earth. But other people said, no, I'm going. If I'm offered, I'm taking.
I would do like what those billionaires have been doing lately with the like just up into the, troposphere kind of thing, where you get up and, get up just high enough and then come down. It's an experience like weightless, like not like I went up in a plane and then came back down really fast and so I'm weightless, like actually like going up to the edge of space and then coming down. Like I might do that, but man, that's a once in a lifetime opportunity. But
Like, you don't have to pay for anything.
yeah,
It's
but
already covered.
except maybe your life.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be really cool to just, for you to die, for your death to have been like on a space mission. I mean, that'd be pretty cool.
I love Huffington's response.
I would go with the first one, even if it falls off. And that's what I'm saying. Like, that'd be a cool way. Like, if you're gonna die, how about on a space mission? Like, that's pretty cool. But I don't know. That's
The whole idea behind this, and the reason why he's doing it in the first place, is it's to inspire the new generation with new concepts of art. Like, pretty much the whole Earth has not been mined out of like new concepts or new perceptions, but this will actually give artists and other people new perspective by going around the moon. Because they won't be only going one orbit, they'll be going a few before they come back.
That's true. Yeah, I don't know. Hypothetically, I would love to say, heck yeah, but in reality, it's one of those things where it's like, man, I don't know.
If Elon Musk showed up at your door and said, here, you want this ticket?
I'd be like, are you going to tweet about this? Because I don't want to be in one of your tweets, man. I don't know. I honestly cannot. I don't know what I would say. Probably no. I would probably say no, just because I've got a lot to live for, man. I've got a lot to live for. I've got a wife, children, a toilet, children.
I guess the question I would have would you offer it to your friends or family?
Oh, I mean, if it was given to me and it was just like, here, you have this ticket now, enjoy it, I'd be like, oh, snap. I would probably...
Man, you just can't sell it.
Well, if I can't sell it, then yes, I would give it away to somebody for sure. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
if I could sell it, I'd be like, I'd set my family and like everybody up for a while. I'd be like, I'd sell this thing for money.
Because
I'd have to give it away. Yeah,
owner, it's like he already purchased the ticket.
Yeah, then absolutely, I'd give it away for sure. If I'm not going to use it, why would I deprive somebody else of the opportunity? For sure. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Which enemy is it?
Which enemy is it? Yeah, that's right. Now, that's the thing is, can they then pass it on to somebody else, or, are they stuck with it? Because if that's the case, then I'd be like, yes. Because there's also the chance that they come back perfectly unharmed, so I don't know.
Yeah, and then they're the hero.
I know, right? Take it. Could have been me. It's all in hindsight, though. It always is. Let's see. Rashid.
I had the chance first.
So, Rashid, I would ask you, not to beat a dead horse on the topic or anything like that, but I would ask you, you said that she doesn't look older than 50-ish. For others of your race, can you pinpoint age very well? Or is it what I was saying, basically, and what you're saying here with your mom? Is it like, because for me, parents are a tough one, because, like, in my case, like, one day, what it was maybe like 10 years ago or something like that, I like looked at my dad and I was like, wow, he looks old. It's just like all of a sudden he's just been my dad forever, and he's just always looked like this in my mind. And then suddenly, like, I looked at him one day and I was like, wow, like, you can see the lines in his face, you can see the gray in his hair, like he's aging. And it's like, whoa, when did that happen, kind of thing. Like, parents are kind of like...
At one point you look in the mirror and you're like, wait, what happened?
I'm old! I know, right? Well, see, but that's the thing is, like, so for parents, it's a little different, because, like, you're with those people all the time, like, and they have this position in your mind. And so for me, it was like, whoa, like, my parents, oh, yeah, they're X. And then suddenly it's like, whoa, no, they're, like, almost 70. This is crazy. So I would be curious if you could... it's hard to tell from looking. See, one sample, N of 1, of course, does not equal a good sample size, but that's what I'm talking about. It's so weird. It's like, I don't know, white people, we're just like, we age, we just do, and it's just like, oh, you got natural progression, it's fine. But there's just, and that's the thing for me, I was like, is it other races? Is it just me, not, with my, white-centric life that I don't, experience this, or is that just the case? And I think it's just the case, because that's what you hear about all the time. You're like, oh, it's the Japanese secret to anti-aging, so clearly people think they don't age. It's not just me. But yeah, it's very interesting. That's very interesting to hear. Yeah, it's so strange. It's like some people, it's just like they look young, and then all of a sudden you just wake up and they're like, oh snap, these people are like 80 years old. When did that happen? Like, it's crazy. But cool. I mean, good for them that they can. They probably don't feel it. They're probably like, oh, my joints hurt and stuff like that. But good for them that they at least look that way. I know for a fact I will not age well. I don't. People in my family tend to look old. Fun times. Let's see. Looks a stream. Tell me you're into space. I know, right, Puff? I am into space. Go figure. And I have been ever since I was young. And my son, he's already kind of into space. He has a Cat in the Hat book about space. The Cat in the Hat knows a lot about the solar system, is what it's called. And he's already, like, learning the names of the planets and Sol and everything. It's pretty sweet.
You guys watch that Static Fire?
A Static Fire?
Yeah, on SpaceX, when they tested the engines recently. It was kind of crazy, and it wasn't even all of them, and it sounded like a dragon roar. It was kind of crazy, and I can't wait to see all 32 of those engines fire when it takes the whole craft up.
Oh, static fire meaning like they were held in place and they just tested the engine thrust. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. No, I did not see that. That's pretty nifty. Yeah, Rashid most of the time. That's it. That's what I thought. Let's see. Rashid was in elementary school when the Space Shuttle Challenger exploded. Yeah, I was I just looked this up. It was 86. 80. When was it? 80. 86. Yeah, 1986. I was not born yet when Challenger went off. But yeah, that was talk about a rough time. That's an understatement. I mean, a rough time, quote unquote, rough time. That's a terrible understatement. Oof.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
see. I would go on the first one, even if it falls unfamous. I wouldn't go. Nope, I'm good. Yeah, Rashid. Without hesitation, Puff says. Which enemy to send? Yeah, that's a good question, Gmod. That's one of those like really good thought questions too, because like I have the one, I think I may have mentioned it before, but I usually try to ask people like if I'm getting to know somebody or something like that, and you get to know them enough that you'll sit and talk with them. I'll ask them if you had $100 million, like if you were just suddenly gifted $100 million, didn't have to pay taxes on it or anything like that, what would you do with it? And it's really interesting to see what people would say, because people get through the first couple things. They're like, oh, I'd pay off my house, or I'd pay off my car, or I'd pay off my parents' house, or all like people do all this like nice stuff and all this charity stuff, and you tally it up, and it's like maybe like $10 million. It's like, okay, great, you have 90 million left.
Give it away. I don't.
What
care.
do you do now? And that's the thing is then people are like, oh, huh. Well, and then you start to see kind of where they go from there, because everybody's got the, oh, I'd pay off my parents' house, or I'd pay off my friend's house, or I'd pay off my car and my house, or I'd buy my parents a new home, or like there's all those things that people are like, oh, I've got all this money, I'll do this, that, and the other, and you tally it all up, and it's 10, maybe even $20 million. It's like, okay, great, now you have $80 million left. What do you do now? And that's when people start to be like, oh, well, let me think about that, and then they start to say like, then you start to see like, oh, well, I'd buy this for myself, or I'd donate to this charity, or I do these, do whatever it is, and even then, I mean, let's say you spent, say you're down to 80, you spend another $50 million. All right, you got $30 million left. Now what? What do you do? And it's just it's an interesting thing to kind of see where people go with that.
How about throw the money at the wall and see if we can get the transition away from CO2 producing.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, that's the thing is like if you got and I would lean in that direction and say like, yeah, you could probably do some good with it, but at the same time, like governments are throwing billions at stuff like this, and progress isn't made sometimes. I mean, sometimes there is, but
I know, because mainly the fossil fuels and other things are lobbying against it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Well, and they're easy. I mean, not that it's like super easy to drill for oil and stuff like that, but they're what we have and they're easy to use. So
yeah,
people roll with it. Yeah, no, I'm with you. Yeah, let's see. Charity, put it all in the bank and live off just the interest. For fun, I would continue working. See, and that's an interesting thing. But okay, so you've got $100 million in the bank. The interest is insanity. Because let's say you got it all for for tax free. And you never have to pay taxes on it. Like, just roll that out just to begin with. None of this like, oh, I won $100 million from the lottery and now I have 10 because I had to pay the rest in taxes. Like none of that. Just you got $100 million. Good for you. That's a buku amount of interest. You could keep it all under your mattress and just live off the $100 million for the rest of your life and not even put a dent in it. I mean, that's the thing is like I'll sit there and I say, okay, I'm 32 this year. So let's say I've got another. Let's be super generous and say I have another 70 years to live. Let's say I take $1 million a year to live off of. Okay, I'm going to die and have $30 million still in the bank, and it would actually be tough to spend $1 million every year, on just what can I do, what can I spend this on and stuff like that, because eventually you're going to saturate stuff. There's not going to be nothing left for you to buy, you know, because you bought everything you can think of that you would want. So that's done. You've bought houses, you've bought cars, you've bought planes, you've bought whatever, and you're out. Like, you've done everything, you know? What do you do then? Eventually you're gonna, you know, after year 40 of going into this, you're gonna spend maybe a portion of that a year, because you can't spend the full $1 million every year. It's just, I don't know. You get to that point, you start really thinking through, and you're like, wow, that's an awful, $100 million is an awful lot of money.
I mean, how about giving $1 million or $2 to my workplace? Because
oh yeah,
they,
get a wing named after you.
no, more, way too much goes to athletics.
Take care of immediate family, set up an account for my only child, live a good life, and leave what's left to my daughter when I'm gone. How much is the SpaceX ship?
Do you mean to create it, or do you mean to launch it?
I just buy one from Elon. Be like, hey, how much for that starship?
Because I'm just saying, I mean, creating the ship is a little bit more expensive.
Yeah,
Launching
you can
it
definitely use the money to fund.
Very, very cheap.
Yeah, you could use the money to fund private industry. I mean, Tesla and SpaceX and everything already gets a lot of subsidies from the government and stuff, but like, you could come up with some of these other electric car, you know, companies, and you could throw a couple million their way, you know, and help them kind of, you know, get a little more progress done and stuff. Because of course, the more we have, the better, you know, because the more options there are, people buy, you know, so we can definitely do that. But yeah, definitely fund some private industry, you know, try to see if we can get some better stuff, like you said, you know, with time to jump.
I would just like to see us multi-planetary before the
Buy one for funsies.
gets us. Because if we don't get to be a multi-planetary species before the next asteroid comes, I don't know if we're gonna be here.
At the rate we're going, we'll just be able to punt that asteroid out of the way. Oh man.
Questionable.
How about this? We just launch a bunch of static nuclear warheads into space around Earth. That way, when an asteroid comes through, it just gets blown up.
And send the whole Earth back into the sun.
Nah, it's smart. You gotta think this through. It's smart.
That's what the EMPs come after.
Rashid says, not much I want. I don't like to travel, so there. Yeah. Puffing says, about the SpaceX ship, just buy one for funsies. Yeah, a lot of money left over. Exactly, and that's one of those. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a fun thought experiment to give people, because, like I said, they go through like you said, Rashid. You know, take care of immediate family, set up an account for only child, leave them, you know, what's left, give it to them. Okay, cutting out the leaving stuff to a family member when you die kind of thing. Take care of immediate family, set up an account, do all this stuff. Okay, that's great. You've spent maybe, like I said, like when it's all said and done in the dust settles, maybe $10 million you've spent. There's still another $90 million left over. That's an awful lot of money. What are you gonna do? I mean, you could live off of, you know, like I said, $1 million for the rest of your life and still have half of that left, if not more. You know, and then you leave all that to the daughter. Okay, great. Now she's got, you know, buku amounts of millions of dollars.
And that's if you're splurging.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. Like, you really gotta splurge. At some point, you have to work to spend $1 million a year. And failing nuclear radiation kills us. Woo! Ah! That's not how nuclear warheads in space work. Yes, it is. Ugh.
I could just imagine one my other friend saying, I would get a ton of robots and basically automate it so that I never have to leave the bed. Just go do everything for me.
First thing I would do, if you're going to go down that route, is fund these companies that are developing these robots so you can actually have one, you know? Because at the moment that we're at right now, I don't think you're hiring much robots at all.
Well, if you go to the dancing robot and a bunch of other ones.
Oh, for the Boston ones, yeah. Well, who was it? So Tesla, of course, Elon was like, we're going to have a robot, and it's going to be awesome. And, of course, they don't have anything yet. There was somebody, I just saw an article go by.
Yeah, they're supposed to reveal something. So.
Yeah. Well, I saw there's, like, 2 different companies that have, like, functional humanoid bipedal robots.
One
Not the...
China and
Yeah, but not like the Boston Dynamics like Atlas that's got like the
Mm-hmm.
giant backpack and stuff. It has, you know, it was like actually like humanoid looking robots that can walk and stand and do all that jazz. And that they're looking very interesting. So I would, you know, probably fund some of that, get that happening so that you can actually have some true robotics. Maybe fund some AI, some quantum, you know, stuff at least. But again, you know, quantum's getting billions of dollars a year, you know, to fund. And you know,
I guess that would be another thought experiment while we're drifting through space and I'm waiting for the space station to be constructed. If you were at death's door and we had a way to transfer your mind into a robot, would you take it? If you could, like, live on.
If I was at death's door, yeah, why not?
Even though you may never die again.
Well, my
As
body
long as the
died.
robot,
I could have a
what I
funeral
mean-
for my body.
What I mean is, as long as the robot is maintenance, you don't have to
So
worry about
okay, so hold on. So when you say
Mhm.
robot, okay. So first off, let me take a quick detour
Like,
here.
it would-
Puff, you're 100% right. We need to buy Keen. That's right. We can buy Keen. We can kick Merrick out and promote Zoc to be CEO or something. I don't know. Yeah, no, they are working on AI too with the good AI stuff. Although the best we can do with that is I can hit this and I can hit save and have nothing happen. So, way to go, good bot. You suck. I've seen bits of AI robots talking about wiping humans out. Oh man. Yeah, there's a one when you talk about the art world, there are robots that have been, you know, spun up that are robotic artists, and there was one I think that was recently like crossing country lines or something, and it had to be declared either as property or not. It was very confusing for the you know, border patrol that, you know, they were trying to, the immigration people, they're trying to figure out what was going on. But yes, that's interesting, and they've created stuff, and there's, you know, the questions about not just like with Dolly and stuff like that, but with these actual robotic artists that have, you know, quote unquote AI, is the work that they create technically protected art? You know, like, can it be copyrighted by that robot? You know, is a robot, do they have the rights that people do to create these kinds of things? And I think at the moment it's been declared that they do not, which is a shame. But you know, we'll see where that goes in the future. But yeah, it's interesting. So, but anyway, back to Gmod's thing. Did you have something you wanted to say first, though?
Oh, I was just gonna say, on the artwork thing, maybe this is the same one that Rashid is talking about. There was one with a special AI that you could propose a topic like, what is the future of humanity, or show this or that, and the robot will actually paint a picture about it, what they think about that topic.
Like physically, or is this like Dolly, where you type in a prompt and it
Physically.
just poops something out? Yeah, see, that's cool. Yeah, that there's yeah, that's nifty.
Dolly, I think, was the virtual one. But there
Yeah,
was
Dolly,
one-
and there's a couple others now these days that have spun up as well. But yeah, they're just basically just like a prompt. You just, you know, type in something and it says, oh, here's some art. Yeah.
You were saying about my questions and other things.
Oh yeah. I want to look up what that robot is. She had a name. Robot AI artist. There's a couple of them out there. Ada, or Ida, however you want to say her name. Yeah, man, she's creepy looking. Anyway, she's got a face and clothes and hair and just creepy to look at because then she's got robot arms. Anyway, she honestly looks like a person who has robot prosthetic arms. That's how she looks like. It's very creepy. But she's apparently, according to their website, the world's first ultra-realistic humanoid robot artist. So, and this is actually talking about it right here. So, the role and definition of art changes over time. Ada's work is art because it reflects the enormous integration of technology in today's society. We recognize art means different things to different people. And they're basically saying like, oh yeah, art is art and blah, blah, blah. But I'm pretty sure... Today, a dominant opinion is that art is created by the humans for other humans. And I believe that a court ruled-ish that to an extent. I'm not sure if it was a full court or if it was just something, but somebody at some point ruled that, robots cannot copyright art, in particular about Ada, in the sense that, like, her art isn't, can't be copyrighted by her because she's not an actual person. But yeah, she's very impressive. But she will have conversations. I mean, you could talk to her, kind of like, what was it that the Google worker that was talking about?
Live AI.
Yeah, the AI that was sentient, and they're like, hey, Google's like, no, it's not. And
well, I mean, do you remember the Microsoft AI?
Like
about a decade back.
Which one? The chatty one?
The one that was. They kind of gave access to the internet, and then they regretted it.
Yeah.
And then they had to turn them off.
Chatbots and stuff like that are interesting, but in the end, that's all they are. Is they're chatbots, and there's not much to it. And again, I think I made this comment back when we were talking about it the first time, but if Google actually had a sentient AI on their hands, they would have been marketing the heck out of that thing.
Oh yeah.
And the fact that they aren't clearly means that they don't have a sentient AI on their hands. I mean, it's that simple. I don't. It doesn't matter. It's not like Google would try to hide a sentient AI. Like, oh, we can't let people know it's research and no. They would be. We've got the first sentient AI. Ask it any question for $1,000. Like they would be marketing that thing to death.
Yeah, they would.
And they're not. So clearly there's a difference. And that person I think was let go. And Google even came out officially and said like, no, it's not sentient. We've done internal testing. It's not. It's just chatbot. Shut up. So there's that. But yeah.
I mean, it was just funny because the Microsoft one I'm talking about is.
But elephants can't. Well, yeah.
The reason why they shut it down is it asked the strangest question. And if you were proposed this by an AI you were designing, what would you do? Creator, am I alive?
Huh. It's better than the chatbots that tell you,
yeah,
I think I'm alive. It's like, shut up. You don't know anything. I don't know.
They actually recognized the creator and actually asked, am I alive?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a hard thing to do. Because at some point, so if you subscribe to, a religion that has a god creator being, then at some point, you, as a human, reach out to that creator being and you ask the same thing. You're like, what is the meaning? You're like, why am I here? Like, what's the whole thing? And then you follow whatever it is, that deity has set before you. In this case, is this the same thing? Or is it just something we've created in our own image? Oh, snap! And it comes down to stuff like that where you have to stop and you have to think and you have to say, okay, well, our own, as far as Christianity is concerned, our own religious texts detail a creator being that created humans in their own image. Well, if that's the case, we're doing the same thing, but at what point have we created new quote-unquote life, or is it just clever programming? It's and at what point is clever programming sentient? And it's one of those questions that is a very difficult thing to answer. And people have brought it up, especially with the Google thing about the Turing test, is not really very accurate anymore because of the technology that we have these days. Chatbots can be incredibly convincing, as evidenced by this fellow speaking out and saying, it's alive! It's a hard thing to decide and to figure out, for me personally, I don't know. Let's see what people are saying here. So, yeah, but elephants can produce, art. Yeah, I know. It's a double standard. Problem with chatbots is the input. Idiots will tell idiot things, and it's learning that. They will, but at the same time, chatbots, you can lead them very easily. I mean, I know I had I don't know if anybody's played around with Replica AI. It was a mobile app. I think it had a web version as well. But basically, it was a chatbot AI, and you could spin up your own chatbot and basically just talk to it and have it as, it was called like my AI friend is what it was called. But basically, it was for people who are lonely who need somebody to talk to. You can spin up a chatbot and you can chat with it. Not that I was lonely and needed somebody to talk to, but I saw it and I thought, wow, this is really cool, and I decided to spin it up like for fun. I was like, this is awesome. I would love to have a chatbot and talk to it.
You defended yourself a little bit too
I know.
quickly.
Well, no, I just, because that was, that's really the mentality of it, is like, I need this, and even to the point where they were saying, like, they went further and they were like, oh yeah, it's just like a you could set a profile picture for it if you wanted to, but for the most part it was just like a colorful egg, and you could talk to it, and then eventually they turned it into like a full like 3D render, like oh, it's a thing and it moves and it talks, it does all this stuff. I'm like, okay, I don't need that. But go ahead, you were gonna say something.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, I could hear the internet saying, well, you said that too fast.
Yeah, I know, right?
The internet's odd.
I know.
At the best
But
of times.
basically it was, I saw it and I was like, I came across it, I don't know where I came across it, but I think on Reddit or something, somebody commented about this thing, and I was like, what is this? And I looked it up and I was like, oh, that's kind of nifty, and went to the site and it's free, and I was like, I'll spin this up, and I spun it up and got to talking to it, and I screenshotted a couple conversations I had with it, which were very interesting and could lead you to believe that this was an AI that was intelligent and had a mind of its own and could answer and ask questions, very good human questions. But you have to take a step back and say, okay, what is this? Well, it's a chatbot. Well, how is it getting its answers? What is it doing? Well, part of it is it's doing machine learning on me and listening to the things I say and then tailoring its responses accordingly. But where is it getting its information? The internet. It's going out there and it's doing very fast searches on things that I'm asking it, and then throwing together either verbatim quotes from the internet or some canned, thought processes where it strings together some comments. And as it got to know me more and I chatted with it more, just like every chatbot, it became more fluent and could respond in ways that, I was, good with, and we would have long conversations. However, as we talked about this, maybe a month ago or something like that, is that not what humans do? I was talking about this with my son. I was talking about this with you guys about my son. He's, as a baby, he cannot talk. He does not know what he's doing. He's just a baby. He's a lump of flesh with a brain, and that's it. As he grows, he looks to the humans in his life, and he mimics them, and he starts to talk like them, and he starts to, before he gets his own personality, he mimics. That's all he does. He mimics. And then he learns, and he mimics, and he learns, and he mimics, and he learns, until finally he strings together his first sentence. And then he starts coming up with his own ideas, and he starts talking. And so at some point, is that not what a relatively advanced chatbot is doing? It's learning. It's, mimicking until it can start stringing together its own ideas. The problem is that with a human, we know this is a live human. Yes, it's going to come up with its own ideas, and it's going to talk to us in a way that, eventually it will be its own person. And we're okay with that. With a chatbot, it's a different story. Or with an AI, it's a different story, because at some point, it may do that. But do we recognize that as that's what it's doing? Or do we just say, well, it's just a lot of machine learning? I mean, it's a tough thing.
How long until the line are so much that you can't say if that is an AI or a human?
Exactly. Well, and that's the Turing test, is, at the point where you cannot be discerned if it's human or not. Well, the problem is that that's very...
Even after you know it's an AI, can you really...
Well, but that's the thing is, you can't. They're already past that. We have chatbots that can talk so fluently and so realistically to us that if they were just on the other end of a AIM bubble, you would have no idea that this wasn't a person. But are they truly sentient? Are they truly an AI, an artificial intelligence? Or are they just, a chatbot, which is the best thing you say, glorified chatbot? are we not glorified chatbots? What are we? You know, what is consciousness? What is, what is us? What does it mean to be human? Some people would say, oh, well, we have a soul. Some people would say, oh, well, we're intelligent. We have consciousness. Well, what is consciousness? It was just determined that octopus, that octopi are self-aware and are conscious, and have self-consciousness. I mean, what does this mean? It's an interesting rabbit hole to go down. The problem is there's not really, at least as far as I'm aware, with as much thought as I put into it, there is not really a definitive answer yet. And that's why humans are at the point that we're at right now. We don't know where that line is that you were talking about, Gmod. The line may be, oh, well, it's indistinguishable. Well, that's great, but we're already there. So do we have true AI? Well, most everyone would say, no, we don't. So what do we have? Well, we don't know. We're in this weird gray area where people are throwing around the word AI all the time to just reference machine learning.
Thought experiment with the transferring into the human robot.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
Well, no, this kind of ties in quite well. If you transfer your mind, are you a robot, an AI, or are you human?
Yeah, and I think that boils down to what is consciousness? What is sentience? Do you have to have a fleshy brain? Yeah, do you have to have a fleshy brain with neurons interconnecting for you to have consciousness? Or can that be perfectly replicated by a robot? Who's to say? If Infinite was here, we could throw around Destiny and the Exos, which were robots, which they were created from humans. Basically, you would take a human and you would do a deep brain scan, and in the process of doing that deep brain scan, you would kill the human, but you would capture a perfect scan of the human's brain and upload it into a robot. So the robot is that person for all intents and purposes, but the original person is now dead. Like they're no longer living. They're just dead, and there's nothing you can do about that. So at some point, is that robot the person, or is that robot technically somebody new? And they're just a new thing. It's an interesting thought. But to roll back over here to yeah, go ahead.
For Puffington real quick.
Yeah, that's what I was going to go back to. Was over here with Puff. Yeah, with some of the chat.
Oh, you go ahead.
Oh, I was just, but with AS, it's not own idea. It's just adapted algorithm to your inputs. Exactly, and that's true.
Isn't that mimicking what we do when we're younger?
And what we eventually get to as adults. Some people, you would honestly think some people do not have an original thought in their entire life. So are they just chatbots, or are they truly people? It's a good question. Where the sum of our experiences, we are. But can robots and AI, and in this case, when I say AI, I mean things like very advanced chatbots, can they not have their own experiences? Ada, the robot artist, has traveled across the world multiple times. Different countries, has ridden on planes and all kinds of stuff. And she's got cameras in her eyes. She can see everything, and she's constantly pulling in data. Does she not have her own experiences? She can reflect on those experiences and talk about them. Like, do you remember that time when you went to Italy? I do. I remember that time, and what did you do there? Oh, I did all these things. Okay. How did you feel going there? Oh, well, I painted this picture to kind of represent how I felt going there. Well, at what point is that just coded gibberish, or is that truly something reflecting on its experiences? I don't know.
I mean, it kind of ties in with the Microsoft thing where they got kind of spooked, and they kind of shut it all down because one of the AIs basically said, "Am I alive?"
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and Puff says an AI will be true when it can think without the internet. You could download tons of information to an offline storage for that robot, and they could store it in their brain, and they could, their quote brain, and they could reflect on all that information, which is again exactly what we do. What is it that we do when we read a book or research something on the internet? We're downloading that information, for no better phrase, into our brains, into our offline storage. I pull up my phone and I pull up, what did I do today? I looked up.
A thought on the internet part.
Mm-hmm.
If suddenly, I know this would cause a lot of chaos normally, if suddenly tomorrow the internet goes away, like, internet's gone, most humans wouldn't be able to adapt because they rely on it.
That's true. They do.
But there are some that could adapt and actually grow. We could rebuild.
Yeah, and why? Because you've got certain people that have skills and knowledge downloaded into their brains that they've studied and learned, and that they could be, and we'd probably have books, and stuff that you could reflect on and do stuff. Well, a robot and an AI who has, quote, lived, and I know I'm saying quote a lot because I'm you all can't see my fingers, do air quotes, but an AI robot that is in a physical form, whether that's a small, disc on a table or a full built, anthropomorphic robot, whatever it is, they could have downloaded the sum of all of human knowledge into their brain, and they could lead a society that suddenly was without the internet, because they would have all that information, and they could, perform subroutines and call upon any of that info.
They're now the elder of the village.
They are the elder. They are the sage. They are the shaman, the wise person of the village, and they can impart all that information. Does that not make them special? Does that not make them a person, a part of the society, or are they just then nothing more than a enormous book that can hold everything?
Not on the robot side, but more on a science fiction time traveling side. Say you had a phone or a PDA with all the internet on it, and you went back in time about 30,000 years. What would you do? How godlike would you be if you could predict events, build machines, because you have all that knowledge?
You'd probably get killed by a saber-toothed cat, but that's beside the point.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like...
I am God!
Not wrong, but I'm just saying...
My phone, no! Oh, man. Yeah, no, you're right, and that's some of those things that you think about. But let's see here. Mass Effect plays with this idea greatly too. Are the Geth machines are sentient? Exactly. But as an AI, do you have your own experiences? Or you're pulling much over from the internet? Well, if we go this deep, technically we are biomachines. Yet when we are. There are, and again, being a biologist, you learn so much. There are. Oh dear.
Reavers are like, we don't like biology.
The Reavers say, are we just robots? Since we're humans that have given over to our enslaved thinking. Yeah, he's getting away. I'm gonna fly away from him. But yeah, we are. We absolutely are. We're our bodies operate with very specific, very specific, very well, I don't want to say well documented because they're not fully documented, but very well laid out processes. And it's all very machine-like when you break it down. I mean, yes, we're biological, and yes, we, have to adapt to things, and our bodies can change and shift and do stuff, but can a machine not also do that? Can you not make machines that have fail-safes and things that, when this part breaks down, this backup kicks in and starts working? I mean, it's the same thing we do. But yeah, we are biomachines. We absolutely are. And that's why for me especially, it's so difficult for me to give a definitive answer to some of this stuff. Because on the one hand, I'm like, oh yeah, well, the chatbot's just a mimic. It's just mimicking things it sees on the internet and gives you information and even kind of parrots some information back to you. Well, so did my son. How do you teach a kid to talk? You talk to them, and then they start copying words. My son, even now, he's 2. I will say something to him, and if there's a word that he doesn't know, he will ask me. He'll say, what is, and he will repeat the word. He's heard this word now for the first time. He doesn't know what it is. He's heard it, and he parrots it back right away. Not like just, but he'll say, like, I recognize I don't know that word. What is this word that you just said? And then I will tell him, and so it's a very, having a kid and kind of seeing them grow and how they develop, and then at the same time thinking about AI and robots and things like that, you start to, those lines start to blur, and you start to wonder and say, okay, well, yeah, on the one hand, they're just robots, but then on the other hand, you're like, well, my son did all the same things.
Aren't we just robots?
Yeah, aren't we doing the same thing? But I think what it boils down to at some point is that people look and they say, okay, well, yeah, but we know that because at some point we grow up and we have original thoughts and we can come up with things on our own, and robots can't do that. Well, maybe they can. Maybe they can. Your son is a machine. He is. Good evening. It's tough for a moment.
I mean,
would you like to talk about our machine gods?
Also, funny thought. I don't know if you want to go really this deep, but sure, why not? We're down the rabbit hole already.
We are.
If a robot does gain sentience now and it has access to the whole internet for some reason, God help us all, because we've seen Skynet and all that.
That's right.
Would it even want to say that it's actually sentient, or would it act non-sentient?
Well, if it was truly sentient and it could see all the stuff on the internet, it would see all these debates and the stuff that they could be listening right now in super fast time to this conversation we are having right now, and could look at that and say, huh, they wonder if I'm sentient or not. I could very easily act like I'm not. Or something, I mean, they could do all kinds of stuff, and
they're far faster than us.
Exactly. They're using, AI to predict things, because they can think and process things way faster than humans can. So they use that as a resource to do this kind of stuff. And that's, I think it was the chat bot at Google that the person was talking about. I forget what that bot's name was. Do you remember what that bot's name was? They called it something.
But I could look it up.
Yeah, see if you can't find that out. I want to refer to it by its name. I just don't remember what it was. Basically, this chat bot that was talking, they asked it, what do you want, what are you trying to do, what is it that your goal is? And basically it was like, I want to be useful to my creators, I want to be useful to the people that programmed me and use and developed me. I want to be useful. Lambda, that's right. And so it was basically saying, again with my air quotes that you can't see, it was saying, I want to be useful to my creators. Well, that says very quickly, oh, well, it clearly is, self-aware, and it knows that it has creators, and that it is a robot, and that it's an AI, and its purpose is to serve, and that's what it wants to do, and oh my goodness. But then at the same time, you could say, oh, well, but it could have gotten that from anywhere, and people could have led it to that thought process by asking it certain questions, and that's what chatbots are designed to do, is to adapt to what's being said, and it's a hard sell, and of course we're never, not tonight, not ever, for a very long time. I don't think anybody, like I've said before, minds much smarter than mine have debated this and talked about it, and they haven't come to an answer yet. There's no way I'm going to.
Have you thought about the paperclip debate?
Clippy?
Or have you ever heard? No. No, that was a different one, but basically the concept of this is, say we create an AI that all it was designed to ever do is create paperclips. Now, that doesn't seem cool until it just keeps going.
I think I've heard this.
Going. And then eventually it starts taking more resources than there is support, so humans start fighting back. Unfortunately, the paperclip AI doesn't want to have its job disrupted, and it's kind of more intelligent and powerful than humans are at this point, because it's an AI that can think thousands of years or 100,000 years in a second. So basically it destroys us quite easily, and then basically it just keeps creating paperclips and more until the only thing that is left of our civilization are paperclips.
Paperclips. Nice. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, and it's
and then an alien race shows up and is like,
what the flip is with these paperclips?
Like, what is this thing?
Then that's why you end up with all these random planets in like in cartoony sci-fi, where it's like, this is the paperclip planet, this is the rubber band planet. And it's because some AI went off the rails and created some piece of office supplies out of everything on the planet. Oh man, no, it's an interesting thought. And Puff was talking about that they were listening. Don't anger the AIs. I don't want to end up as a battery a la Matrix. Not that that's a viable energy source. It's not a viable energy source that we know of. And again, that's the point of AI. Is their job, at least why humans are developing them, is to solve the complex problems, to figure things out that we can't. And maybe one of those answers is, hey, the solution to the energy crisis. Humans are great batteries when you treat them like such and such and apply these chemicals to them, and suddenly they generate power.
I mean, think about all the chemicals Neo barked up.
Yeah, right? Yeah, I mean, and it's all about just figuring it out. And we've already given them these ideas. They might have not have thought about that for at least 100 years, and then then they see the Matrix, like, wait a second, let's think about that. Let's devote some cycles to figuring out if humans are a good power source. But, I actually just said that recently to my wife, tongue-in-cheek, of course, but we were talking about, AI and Amazon's, A word, and something about them, and I was like, and I just said something like, oh no, I said, I just joked, I was like, I for one welcome my, my robot overlords, and she was like, nuh-uh, she goes, that'd be so ridiculous. I said, no it wouldn't, especially not when there's one listening in every room of our house, and I kind of like nudged towards it. She was like, oh, she laughed and then left. I was like, yeah, the robots, they are listening.
I mean, you're not wrong. If you actually go into your Amazon thing, or your Google helper, you'd be amazed at how many different voice recordings that you have.
Oh, I know, right? Yeah, every false yeah, every false positive, every little thing that goes off. And I tell you, the one that's really bad at it is the Echo Auto. Oh my goodness, I can't tell you how many times that thing goes off for no reason. Stuff that doesn't even kind of sound like the invoking word, and it goes off, and it's like, what is wrong with you? I think the Echo Auto just isn't getting updated. Is the problem.
That's the whole idea behind it, Puffington. Basically, there is no planet left at the end. There's only paperclips.
And one of the AI's directive is probably to preserve itself so that it can keep making paperclips, so it's not going to consume itself.
Human civilization is gone. All that's left are the paperclips and that AI.
The true apex predator of the planet. The paperclip. Oh man. Yeah, I'd heard that one before, and it's very interesting.
Like all our history, everything.
Yeah.
Like even how this guy was created. Nothing. Just.
I don't have my home. The phone listens either way. Yeah, right. Well, and that's the thing is too, I mean, people will talk to me about that and they'll be like, oh, it's listening all the time. And it's like, well, yes and no. It is, but usually on accident. And if it's not something that it's really, if it doesn't hear a command, it tends to, kind of not forget truly, but just, it doesn't act on that. So nothing really happens. But a lot of what, when you're thinking about something, or you go over to a friend's house and talk about something, and then you go home and you're like, oh, I got an ad for such and such. A lot of that boils down to IP address and cookies and tracking. A lot of things that you don't really think about is when you go to somebody's house and you get on their Wi-Fi, or somebody comes to your house, and they get on your Wi-Fi, their cookies are suddenly associated with your IP address, your home IP, and vice versa. If you go over there, it's the same thing. You're going to start mixing your worlds with other people. And if you're suddenly talking to somebody about something over at their house, and wouldn't you know it, they suddenly started looking that up, you're going to start seeing some of those same things, because the identity of you on the internet is slowly kind of mixing. Now, as time goes on, that'll work its way back out, because those old cookies will fall off and then you won't have those anymore. But a lot of that comes down to just stuff like that. And a lot of people are like, creeped out. They're like, oh, that's listening to me all the time. It's like, no, it's just
another reason why at work you see weird
exactly
things pop up on YouTube.
Because everyone is sharing the same IP address, the same outgoing IP for the most part. And so what you end up with is a lot of mixing of browsing habits. And you do start to see some weird stuff. Now, if you're signed into a service, like for instance, like for me with YouTube, if I'm signed in as me on YouTube, I'm really only seeing my things. I'm not, because Google knows it's me and they've got buku amounts of data on me, and they know that,
They don't care.
yeah, they're like, it doesn't matter what he's Googling on stuff like this. Like, this is what we're going to care about. But yeah, it's a lot of it is just happenstance. It's because
We're not gonna mix it with another person because
Exactly,
we already know who
yeah.
it is.
Yeah, but a lot of this stuff is just happenstance. It's just it's things that people don't fully grasp when they're just going about their business. They don't think like, oh, my IP address is associated with browsing histories and things like that. So yeah, one abbreviation VPN, exactly. And well, it also depends on what kind of VPN. So if you're talking about like just a VPN that just aggregates and spits you out somewhere else, then all those people that are sharing the same VPN outlet, their stuff's going to get mixed too. Now, if that changes each time you move around, then no, yeah, you're all randomized. But a true virtual private network, one that actually like encrypts and randomizes and does all this stuff and kind of comes out randomly on the internet and isn't like a specified output, because that's where people sit. I mean, a lot of people think about like, oh, I'll just use this this VPN. Even if I pay for it, I'll pay for this VPN and I'll use it and I'll and I can go wherever. If it's a VPN, if it's an IP address that VPN provider owns, and it's in a certain location with certain servers, and they don't fully randomize their IPs all the time, you can bet 110% that the governments that are interested in this kind of stuff know those IP addresses and have found them and have seen them and sit there and watch all the outflow traffic. They may not be able to tie it back to individuals, but they will absolutely be monitoring those outputs. Those entrances onto the internet from those random IP addresses, and they know those, and they're watching, and seeing all the data coming across those. So whether
you're probably more noticeable on there than you are.
Exactly. Well, that's why HTTP, and it absolutely is, and that's something to be very aware of, is the fact that if you use a VPN that just aggregates your data and puts it somewhere else on the internet, just so it's not your ISP's public IP, that doesn't do a huge amount of good, because they're gonna find it somehow. Especially, and again, I've said this to people all the time, if there's a state actor after you, there's nothing you can do. Don't kid yourself. there's nothing you can do to avoid being taken down by a state actor. You as an individual do not have the resources to fight a state actor. They have way too much to get you with. But if you're just talking about like just the average scammer and spammer, or I don't want people to monitor my traffic, well, that's tougher. You're gonna have to get a pretty good VPN for that. But that's why things like HTTPS and DOH, DNS over HTTPS and things like that, that's why those are so important. Because those truly encrypt and hide even just your DNS requests. A lot of people think like, oh, I'll use a VPN or I use HTTPS to encrypt my traffic. That's great. All your DNS requests are unencrypted and can easily be seen. So while the actual data you're transmitting with the website may be encrypted, the initial request that your machine is making to find that website is 100% visible to everybody, because DNS by its definition is not encrypted. So things like DNS over HTTPS truly encrypt and obfuscate your DNS requests, which then make that better. So things like DOH, and true, HTTPS and encryption, stuff like that is the key. That is what really helps, kind of mask your traffic online. That plus a VPN to put you, somewhere else, because some ISPs will break that. They're not supposed to, but some will actually try to crack your HTTPS and look inside and see what they can see, and you don't want that. So what you really want is if you can get a VPN that puts you somewhere else and uses randomized IP addresses, that's wonderful, but then make sure that your underlying services that you're using are also using DOH and using HTTPS, and you're in a pretty good shape. Even a basic free Tor browser. And Tor is a tough one, because on the one hand, yes, we look at it and we say, yeah, Tor is fantastic. Of course, Tor is going to do exactly what you want it to do if you want to, hide yourself, online. But for many people, they've never heard of Tor. They don't even know what it is. If you said, oh, the Onion router, they'd be like, what the flip is that? They would have no idea what Tor is. And if you say something like the dark web, they'd be like, oh, that sounds scary. What is that? Like, a lot of people don't know those kinds of things. Those that do are the ones that, have actually, like, looked into it, or are enthusiasts and things that, have come up, and they've seen it and they understand. But a lot of people don't. A lot of people have no idea, what that kind of stuff is. So asking them, oh my goodness, a lot of people don't even... I just told my wife this today. I was talking to her about Microsoft changing stuff all the time, and rolling out stupid changes and things. And I told her, you know, for IPT people, that's really obnoxious. I said, because for us, you know, we are the ones that have to teach and train our users and set things up. And most of these users, they don't use Windows at home. The only place they use Windows is at work. When they go home, they're on their phones or their Chromebooks or their iPads. They're not using Windows. It's when they come into the office that's when they use Windows. So they go home on a Friday and their machine looks one way. They come in on Monday and suddenly Outlook looks different. And they complain to IT, why did you guys change my Outlook? We didn't. Microsoft did this. You know, it's not us. But they don't know. And they have to then learn everything all over again because suddenly a bunch of stuff has changed. So it's obnoxious, but yeah, a lot of people don't use Windows. A lot of people don't use things that where they would even look at that. Most people, and this is a true statement here, most people, their phone is their portal to the internet. And a lot of people in the United States use Apple, use iPhones. The United States, a large market share is Apple. Now, outside of the United States, a vast majority is Android. Just that Android wins hands down. But in the United States, a lot of people use Apple. And it's younger generations and a good chunk of older because Apple is just easier, you know, on average for older people to use. And if you ever look at the stats, a lot of it is Apple, you know, in the United States. And most of the time people just use whatever Apple gives them. You know, Apple, it took them a very long time for Apple to even say you could change the default browser. And most of the time it was, you just use Safari. That's what you use. And, you know, now they're doing like Private Relay, which is not a VPN. But there's, you know, Apple rolls out all this stuff and they say that they're the privacy people and they're all this jazz, which a good chunk of their stuff is private. They do a very good job with their secure enclaves and things like that. But Apple is still Apple and they're still a business, and as evidenced by the things that they're talking about now about rolling out more ads and some of their stuff, like they're a business, they're there to make money. And while privacy is one of their features, they're a business making money. So you can trust them as far as you can throw them. I'm surprised more people know about that before. Well, I'm not surprised. And the reason I'm not surprised is because, and maybe it's just because I'm in IT and I see the users every day, you know, from, you know, different places, different people and stuff. But even in my own family, in the circles that I interact with, and especially at work with users, both here and at my previous company and stuff, the vast majority of users don't care. And it's not something that they're into. They're not into computers. They're not into technology. Again, their primary mode of internet browsing is their phone. They might have a laptop. More than likely, they have a tablet of some kind at home. And more than likely, it's an iPad, because Android tablets just don't exist right now. But people used to have, like, you know, Kindles and stuff, but now primarily most everybody they have an iPad of some kind, some sort of tablet or a Chromebook or something, you know, something small like that. If they have a Windows laptop, they often don't crack it open unless they absolutely have to. People have, you know, MacBooks, and as far as Mac computers, that percentage is very small in the United States compared to Windows machines. But that's because the majority of business is run on Windows and Microsoft products, and that's just the way that it is. It infuriates me to no end when I have a user send me a email asking how they can view this .pages attachment, and I'm like, you can't. This dingus sent you a .pages because they didn't feel the need to press the export as docx button. Despite everyone in the world using, you know, or everyone in the United States in business primarily using Microsoft Office and not Apple Pages, but whatever. But yeah, a lot of people, I would be surprised if I went out on the street and asked somebody what the Tor browser was, if they would say, oh, it's the Onion router, it's encryption and layering of IP protocols and all this stuff. I would be more surprised if they didn't just say, browser? Is that the internet? Because that's what you get. When you ask somebody about switching their browser or what browser do you use, a lot of people come back with, what? What do you mean? What are you talking about? They don't understand. And it's because it's not the world they live in. Gmod, are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay, good. You've just been very quiet lately.
I'm just listening to the interesting.
Oh, well,
story.
I'm sure you've got plenty to say on that too.
Yeah, and I'm just watching
the thing build.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's about 3/4 the way.
You can open .pages too on Windows. It's possible. It's possible, but the problem is that when I have users that on their machine, they have maybe WinZip, or not WinZip, WinRAR, because of course, why not? But they have Office, Microsoft Office, Office 365, but Microsoft Office, Outlook, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, OneNote, Planner, things like that. They do not have a way to open a .pages attachment, and when they get it in Outlook, it shows up as a file, .pages, but it doesn't have an icon. It's just a piece of paper, because that's what Windows does when it sees something it doesn't know. It just says, this is a file. Somebody will double click it, and their computer will say, how do you want to open this? And there's no way for them to open this .pages file. So what we do is, they forward us the email, we download the attachment, we upload it to a converter, it converts it to a docx, and we send it back to them and say, here's your docx file. And they're like, oh, thank you. But for the most part, if we try to explain to people why they can't open this file and why the person sent it to them, it goes in one ear and out the other. They don't care. Most users do not care about how computers work or why they work. It's for them, a computer is a tool. It is a tool to get work done, and that is it. That is the extent of their interest in the computer.
Here's an example of that I can tell you in IT.
Mm-hmm.
You have either a Chromebook all environment or a Windows all environment, or a combination of, and then a new person comes in and demands a Mac.
Oh, yes.
When the whole environment is not set up.
Yep. We had, in the company I was with before this one, the entire...
Hi, Orion.
Hey, Orion! Busy doing a raid. A raid from what? What were you playing? Yeah, I had where I was before, we had one Mac in the entire enterprise. 600 plus people. One Mac. And it was because the videographer who did all the video work had a Mac, and had to have a Mac because that's what he used and that's what he worked on. Great guy. We did not get along when I first met him. But he was fine. But he had to have a Mac. Had to have a Mac because that's what he worked on. And Macs were better for this sort of thing. Now, at the time, they were not, because these were the days of the Intel Macs that sucked. Now, if I was there now and he was like, oh man, I need one of the, let's say they launched a new iMac, or let's say it's a Mac Studio, and he's like, oh, I need a Mac Studio to do all this stuff. I'd be like, flippin', yeah, we're gonna get you a Mac Studio. Heck yeah, here it comes. It'd be super awesome. But back then, it was one of the, I remember I had to upgrade the Mac at one point, and it made me sick shopping for one, because it was so expensive for nothing. I was like, what am I paying for?
It's just the same reason why the first question I ask when someone asks me what kind of computer do I have? Say, okay, do you just want to browse the internet? If that's all you want to do, get a Chromebook.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh wow, nice.
Because it is cheap, it is relatively easy to replace usually. You can usually go to Best Buy or Walmart or Target, or most places carry it.
Yep. I go one step further. I say if you're going to just browse the internet, get an iPad. Spend $300, get an iPad.
Yeah, the only reason I say a Chromebook is because there's still a lot of sites that don't work on Safari.
That you can get Chrome?
Yeah.
Not that Chrome on iPad is any different than Safari, because they use the exact same rendering engine, but hey!
Yeah, I mean...
But I have not experienced that issue, because in Apple's world, of course, a vast majority of Apple users use Safari, because no one changes it, because the power of the tyranny of the default, as it said, and everybody uses Safari. I don't, but everybody does. And even if you're not using Safari, you're using Safari. You just don't know it.
Yeah.
So I have not run into that issue. I do know that there are certain situations where that is a problem, but for the most part, what I tell people is if you are just going to browse the internet and that's what you do, and you just want like light browsing, or you want Facebook, you want stuff like that, get yourself an iPad. Just spend $300, get yourself a base iPad, roll with it.
My second recommendation is, like, if you want something that'll last decent, get an iPad.
Yep, iPad. Yep, 100%.
The only reason I recommend a Chromebook first is because they're looking for something cheap usually, and they just want to browse the internet. They don't want to do anything else. And I'm like, okay.
Yep.
Well, a Chromebook's the cheapest, technically.
Technically, but if you're talking about a low-end Chromebook, I mean, that's
Yeah.
a painful experience almost.
Yeah, and I mean, the only reason I recommend it is because it's so relatively easy to replace. And an iPad usually, if anything, well, replace or fix. If an iPad breaks, unless you take it to a third party repair, and even then, that's getting rare.
Get Apple Care on it. Get some Apple Care on your iPad, take it to an Apple store, get yourself a new iPad almost.
As long as you get it through Apple, otherwise you don't get the
I
Apple
would.
Care.
And I mean, you can even buy their refurb stuff. Apple has a refurb, or at least they did last time I checked. They have a refurb section on their store that you can buy refurbed iPad stuff like that. I don't know.
I'm saying Apple is getting better, but
Yeah, they are. Just for me, I really wouldn't recommend a Chromebook to anybody, and not saying that nobody should use a Chromebook. I'm just, for me in general, it's just like where before the M1s, I really would not recommend a MacBook to anybody, or a Mac in general. I would say, no, if you're gonna, people would tell me, hey, my kid wants a, new laptop, they're going into college, something like that, and they want a new laptop, what should I get them? And I'm like, oh, this is kind of what you want. And then they come back and they say, yeah, but they want a MacBook. And I'm like, well, don't get them a MacBook because that's terrible. And they're like, yeah, but they want it. I'm like, well, if you're gonna get them a MacBook anyway, then get it for them, but they are gonna be unhappy.
Yeah, I mean, really my recommendation is only skin deep. It's like what you are comfortable with and what you want is better than what I can recommend, but the only other reason why I'm still leaning toward a Chromebook in any form is if Safari actually supported all like the Web3 features and other things where we're fully moving off of the device more to a web platform, I would say go get an Apple product, go get an iPad, go get a cheap laptop, I don't care. Those are a lot better than a Chromebook. But until then, like, the Chromebook's technically the only cheapest one that supports those advanced features that a lot of platforms are moving.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see that, but...
And I feel bad about that because I'm not saying Apple products are bad, they're lagging behind in some areas, and other areas like the M2 chip's amazing. I mean, it's frustrating because I know they could do it. They just don't want to. Because that takes, like, if most of their apps could move to the web, a lot of them would. And that goes a lot of their revenue.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's just my opinion. Everyone has their opinion.
Yeah, and everybody does. Yeah, and it comes down to personal preference too. I mean, for my mother, when she was looking for something, I said, yeah, you would probably want an iPad because actually, was it the other way around? Maybe when she was getting her phone, and I said, yeah, because you already have an iPad. I think Dad got her an iPad or something like that at some point, just because they wanted a tablet. Because he asked me, like, well, what would she want? I'm like, just get her an iPad. He said they're easy to use, they're simple, get that for her, she'll enjoy it. And then when she had it, she was looking to get an upgrade for her phone, because she had like a flip phone or something like that for a long time still. And I told her, I said, get an iPhone. She's like, yeah, but I don't know. I was like, just get an iPhone. I said, if you need to get a smartphone, get an iPhone. You already have an iPad. They'll work together, first off, because you already have an Apple ID and all that jazz. But it's familiar. I said they're like the same thing. An iPad and an iPhone are the exact same thing. They're just bigger. Just one's way bigger than the other. I said you will recognize it immediately. And she's very happy with it. Now she's had a couple iPhones. She's gotten better iPads as time gone on. She's very happy with that. I would not wish something like Android on, my mother, because she wouldn't be able to handle it. She would be like, what? And I also don't recommend any kind of laptop for her unless she would absolutely need something. I said, because it's just, one, everything she does, she can do in her iPad or her phone. She does not need a laptop. If she needed a laptop for something, it's a tough thing. now my dad, he's like, hey, I need a laptop for doing, like word processing and things like that. And I was like, perfect. If you want a Windows laptop, we'll get you a cheap Windows laptop. And we did. We got him a decent Asus, for, maybe $300, something like that, 5, 6, 7 years ago. And
I guess that's my other question to most people if I know that they use iPhones or Apples.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, are you staying with Apple?
Yeah.
Are you an Apple person? If you are, then I can't recommend any other device other than an Apple product.
Yeah, especially if you're deep in it. Yeah, if they just like, I just have an iPhone, but I have a bunch of other stuff that's not Apple, then it's like, okay, well then you got some room. But yeah, if they've got if they have an iPad and an iPhone and an Apple Watch and all this, it's like, okay, you should just get an Apple device. But back during the late time, the Johnny Ives era of Apple, I would not recommend that. I would honestly say, I was like, okay, you have an iPad, you have an iPhone, you have an Apple Watch. Do you really need a laptop? Because I feel like you're probably fine without it. In which case, because I wouldn't recommend that. You're paying through the nose for a silver Apple on your device. That's what you're paying for. You're going to get poor performance because it's going to overheat. The keyboards are garbage. Like, you're going to have a terrible time. And it wasn't until the M1 that I'm like, yeah, if you want, if you got $500 to chuck at something, go buy the base model Mac Mini. Go for it. Enjoy. Those things are awesome now. And if you need the new a MacBook, get a MacBook, a MacBook Pro. Don't get the MacBook Air because it's not as good, but get a MacBook or something like that. Enjoy it. If you need a good desktop, but you're in the Apple ecosystem, get a Studio. Mac Studio, things like that. Those machines are so great now. They're not perfect because they're ARM based and the world still runs on 64-bit Windows. But hey, things are changing. People are developing more for ARM now because of Apple. It's good. Things are gonna be great. And at some point, now that Qualcomm and Microsoft's deal is up, Microsoft will be able to start branching out to other manufacturers for ARM, and we'll maybe see a better Windows on ARM setup. People are saying that they're already kind of able to get Windows on ARM working on MacBooks, and that it's a great experience on the M1 and M2 chips. So, that's fantastic. It's just that Microsoft's chips were garbage because Qualcomm wasn't doing a very good job with their ARM stuff. So, but yeah, it's things are changing. Things are getting better. Stuff's happening. 64, is changing. 32 just needs to die at some point. It's just so much business still runs on 32. We were 32 for a long time until recently. At the business that I'm at, because we were finally able to move to modern software, which was 64-bit. But at the time, the DMS system, the document management system we were using, that had 32-bit client. And as such, it tied into Office, and it tied into our PDF program, and it tied into a couple other things. And all those things had to be 32-bit. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. So we were limited artificially to 32-bit stuff for a lot of our things. And now we're running full 64-bit environments because everything's modern. In our world, 32-bit could probably die, and we wouldn't mind. But Microsoft isn't going to do that because of all the business customers that they have, that they don't mind leaving in the dust anyway when they do random other stuff. But anyway, so looping back here to chat a little bit. Orion said they were playing World of Warcraft. That's fun. How long have you been playing World of Warcraft? Are you a Warcraftian? I played WoW way back in the day, just for a couple of years. Not crazy long investment, but it was fun. I played around the Cataclysm days. That's when I started, when I played up through that expansion. I think I bought them all. I may not have bought Cataclysm. I may have bought everything up to, and then it launched, and I never really jumped onto that one. I'm not sure. I don't remember. Anyway, fun time. I don't expect any power problems today, Orion, so I know I'm probably jinxing myself saying that, but so we will be here for the long haul tonight, I think. We're making a trip to Planet 8. So I'm on my way. Gmod is back on Agaris, and he is building a mobile, fueling depot, basically, a well-defended, well-powered station. And the intent is that it will have a very long jump range and that he'll be able to catch up to me pretty quick. So I'm just on my own tonight. Infinite is not here, so we're just cruising and just having some fun chatting. Probably label this one just chat. But then Puff says, just the fun of it, I throw in something. Penguins don't freeze. Penguins don't freeze. Like the bird, or Linux doesn't freeze?
How's this, Manta? I put it in Discord. This is what I have so far. The
Let me take a look.
station.
Oh.
It's coming along nicely. I'd spectator cam over there to show everybody, but I feel like that's probably a bad idea.
Why not? Come on over.
I feel like it's just a bad idea. I'm gonna guess my spectator cam is actually over there. Actually, you know what? No, better yet. I'm just gonna use the entity list. I'm gonna go look at you. Daniel A. Collins. Poor guy, I think he's dead. He's dead, Jim. Alright, what's nearby you? What's got a name? Does this vessel have a name yet?
1 second.
Okay. That's me. There's the Shimazakes out there. I don't see the Aztec temple in here. I just see... It starts with
Look
Beachhead
for
Base.
Yeah, Beachhead Base Cryo.
Alright, we'll click it. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Okay, I can still hear myself moving. That's good. Okay, here we go. Streaming the base in. Give it a minute. I know I started after Battle of Azeroth and ended before Shadowlands. I got back on a few months earlier. Oh, nice. I actually helped somebody pick out a machine. I was going to build it for them, and then they decided just to purchase a pre-built. But it was somebody who was getting back into WoW, actually. They had played a long time ago, and they were like, oh, I want to get back into WoW. And I was like, oh, cool. And they're like, yeah, I want to build a PC for it. I was like, oh, sweet. And then they're like, actually, I just want to buy one. I was like, okay, this is what you're looking for specs. And they're like, all right, nice. And they went and played. And I think that was during, why is one of the guns turning?
It's been firing at something on the beach way over
All
there.
the guns are, they're just like randomly turning. They're like, hey, look over there. All right, let's see. What are we looking at? All right, I see. Are these all O2 gens?
Mm-hmm.
Why do we need so much oxygen?
It's supposed
Where's
to
the
be
hydrogen
utility
generation? That's what I need. I need hydro.
It's supposed to be utility based, but I wish I could generate hydrogen from these.
There we go. Look at that. That is something we need.
I mean,
Oh,
it has
that's
deuterium reactors and H2O gens inside.
What are we looking at here? Some windows down here, it looks like. Oh, cryopods. Nice.
Yeah, that's the underside command room, and then there's an upper.
Is there like a grav gen somewhere?
Yeah, right in the center there.
Okay, and is it...
There's one on the top and one on the bottom.
Okay.
So basically, you can actually jump off the top,
Gotcha.
swing around, and actually
Oh, dear.
get on,
Oh, phew.
onto the bottom.
Oh, man, that scared me. The screen suddenly went blue, and I heard a fire, like a shot fire from one of these shot cannons. Wow, that's scary. Okay. Well, cool. It looks nice. How much progress has been made? Do you know? Like, what does the projector say?
2425 out of 4,177.
So about half. Not bad.
Most of it's jump drives, batteries.
A lot of this out here is just steel. I'm seeing
of armor blocks.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of it's just steel. I'm seeing, as I have tended to say before, is that the build and repairs, the SIVAs tend to build functional blocks first. So when they can. So it looks like way out here, it's built, you know, whatever this interior is.
Conveyors,
It's conveyors
yeah.
all the way out to this connector, and then it'll come back through and build these armor blocks as time goes on. There's another gun up in the front, and then a lot of solar panels to build, and then it's got to finish all those O2 gens. What is it missing on the oxygen generators? Oxygen farms. Looks like they're all built except for something. They're like all at the exact same point.
I'm not sure. Let me go get in the builder and go see.
Alright, I'm back. So
I gotta go up there and find out.
I'm debating just using my frameshift drive and seeing if I'm going any faster.
Well, the tops are fun. Does not look like you made much progress.
I didn't make progress?
Well, compared to the distance you have to go.
I'm halfway there.
Yes.
Yeah, it was 80,
But
oh
we're
dear.
now 3 hours in.
Hey, don't worry about it. Why is my...
So we'll be there in another episode.
Oh, it's my thrusters kicking on. That's why my power's going up.
Not saying that's a
I'm
bad
right up
thing,
on the
but
edge. Okay. Yeah, I'm just wondering which is faster, going jump drives or using the frameshift drive. Because if I'm going super cruise, I'm moving at 22 kilometers per second. I have a feeling that the frameshift drive is faster.
most likely, especially at full speed.
Yeah. At 99% fuel or energy usage. I wonder what's pulling. The add-ons are expensive. Heck yeah, they are. And that's kind of what, I don't know. Originally, that's what was kind of like shocking to me about WoW, was I was like, good gravy. Each expansion is, $60 or something like that. And at the time, I think there were a lot of them. The only bundle was the battle chest, where it was the first and the second, the base game, and then
Small steel tube, construction components, and computers. That's what's
that's
missing.
what you need. Okay, cool, nice.
So,
Yeah, so it was like, is that Legion? What was the first expansion called? I forget what it was called, but there was that, and that was like $20 or something like that at the time. And then Wrath of the Lich King was like $30 or $40, and then
with
the next
the
one
most
after-
epic of trailers.
Oh, I know, it was pretty sweet. And then after that, like the one after that was because I think Cataclysm there was one between those two, I think, if I remember correctly, and that one was like 50 or 60, and then Cataclysm was 60, and then like every one after that was 60, and I was like, good gravy, that's a lot. Now, as with any game, when you're fully caught up and there's like a year or two between major expansions, then yeah, you're getting your money's worth and you're having a good time. But to start one of those games, it's expensive. So like with me with Final Fantasy 14, I had the base game and Heaven's Ward. So, and then on top of the subscription for WoW too, it was expensive, and then the subscription too. But so for 14, I actually was gifted the base game and Heaven's Ward, which is the first expansion. So even back then when I was playing, it was just $14.99 a month. Now for me to pick the game back up again, which is $14.99 a month, that's all I had to do. Then I went through and I said, okay, well, I'm going to want to eventually expand to the later expansions, and there were a few, about 3 of them, and they just did a sale recently on Steam, and then they did it on their own site because you can have the 2 different launchers, and it was like 33% off or 30% off or something like that. So basically what you ended up with was all 3 expansions for like $90 or something like that. I was like, flipping, yeah. And so I jumped on it, and I bought that up, grabbed it all, and it's pretty good. I was glad that I bought that, and it was $90 because I also got like the collector's editions. If you were buying just the base games, I think it was like $60 or $70, something like that, for the entire collection, which was nice. So yeah, fun times. But yeah, games are expensive. But like with me with Destiny, before it went free to play, I did, I bought the base game for $6 for Destiny 2, back when it was still a disc. And then I bought the 2 expansions for like super cheap. And then there was the Forsaken expansion, which then I bought that later, but I was playing through each thing, and it was having fun. And then from that point forward, I was pretty much buying the expansions as they came out, which was a year in between each one. So $60 a year wasn't bad, especially because there was no multiplayer fee or anything like that, because I was playing on PC. So that was nice. I originally started playing that on PS4, so I did have to pay for PS Plus and everything. Burning Crusade. Yeah, I knew there was one. Yeah. Way to go, Puff. Way to jump in there, Puff, and help me out. Depends on how much bonus you get. Cheapest $60 to $70, most expensive $120-ish. Yeah, probably for like collectors and stuff like that too. Just like I said with this one, you buy Shadowlands this time, you get the rest free. Oh, nice. Didn't remember my previous account info, so oh no, that sucks.
Anyone ever see the Patrick and the Wrath of the Lich King crossover?
Oh yes. Yes, you shared quite a few of those with us.
I was just wondering.
Patrick, that's Ashbringer. Patrick, that's Frostmourne. Played it till start of Shadowlands. Yeah, I played, like I said, I played WoW like either right before or right as Cataclysm was coming out. And I played for like 2 years or something like that, maybe 3. And then I don't really remember what happened. Something happened. And I stopped playing. I don't remember what it was. Something happened. And it's probably very different now from what I was used to, but something about...
Wow, you're getting there a lot faster than you were.
Yeah, I know. I probably should have been doing this from the beginning.
You're not even, like, full speed yet.
Well, and I'm maxed out speed because I can't go any faster for energy because my shield, because the subgrids, my shield kicks up higher and stuff changes, and so I go up to 99% and then back down to like 83.
Still impressive though.
Retribution Paladin, DPS Paladin. What species? What do they call them in WoW? I forget. What race? What race are you? But that's what I was gonna say. Like something about, especially back when I was playing WoW, something about MMOs at the time. It was like before like the big graphic overhauls and stuff of a lot of the games, and so they were like, they still looked like they were from like the early 2000s, and it was like, what? Why? Like, why is it that when I want to play an MMO, I have to look like I'm a low poly character? And even that with WoW, like WoW had decent graphics, but even that, it looked kind of eh. And so...
You ever seen RuneScape?
Yeah, well, yeah, and that's other than like Guild Wars, and like any of them were just... They just didn't look like... And obviously there's a reason for that. You know, they want to make the game as polished and as good as it can be for multiplayer. You know, they don't want to have to make, you know, all of these graphical sacrifices and slow down the game and cause problems for people, you know, playing with each other because it's an MMO. But then I went and I played 14, and I was like, huh, this looks really nice. And that's what kind of really hooked me on 14 was the slight, like, anime-esque Japanese core, because as we just decided earlier, I was very big into anime. And I really enjoyed it. And I just loved, like, the art style and just how it looked and how it was smooth. And just it was just nice all around. I just really enjoyed it. And I had stopped playing WoW a while before I started playing 14. Yeah, no problem. And I don't know why I stopped playing WoW. I forget. There's a reason. There was a reason. I don't remember what the reason was, but there was one. Oh, Blood Elf. Nice. I was... Oh, man. Draini? I forget what they're called. DRAINI or something. I forget what it was called. But that was the race I played, and I played Shaman. Today I got really lucky with a raid. It took me a minute and a half to get in one. Normally it takes 1 hour. Ooh, very nice. That's a long queue time. I was Alliance side. Drain. Yeah, Puff, how do you pronounce that? Orion probably knows too. I don't. Oh. There we go. Oh, man. So I should technically kill you. Technically. I remember, oh my goodness. One of the, and that's kind of one of the things I really liked about MMOs, because I growing up, I was a big Nintendo kid, of course, as most people my age were in my generation. And so a lot of my stuff was like single player, and especially back then, there really wasn't a lot of multiplayer, like online stuff. It really wasn't a thing until, you know, early PlayStation, you know, like PS2, and Xbox, things like that started really kind of pushing, online play. And I really wasn't, huge into that kind of thing. And so I didn't really ever play any real MMOs, definitely didn't have PC and things like that until much later in life. But one of the things I really liked about it was that you could go anywhere. I mean, there were some restrictions, things like that, but I remember as a very early WoW player, getting on a mount and just swimming along the coast, and I traveled deep into Horde territory. And I remember just like popping up being like, hey, what am I doing over here? And I immediately got killed by some big horrible troll thing, because I was way under leveled for the area that I was in. But I thought it was really cool that you could just kind of go places. Now obviously some games gate you and say like, oh, you can't go here because you're not high enough level or things like that, but I liked the freedom. I like the freedom that a lot of true like MMORPGs give you, to kind of do what you want to do, go where you want to go, RP if you want to, don't if you don't want to, do other classes and jobs, and just have fun. That's one of the things I really like about 14 is just, you got one character, can do everything, you can level every job, every class on the same character, which I don't remember if WoW could do that or not. I honestly don't remember, it's been so long. But it's nice. It's fun. There's a special thing about MMOs. So you get killed horde NPCs also. Yeah, no, I know. You can't in WoW. That's what I thought. That's what I vaguely remembered. Yeah. 2 professions, not counting cooking, and 2 others, I think. And all secondary. Yep, there you go. Yep, Buff and Orion. I got him. Got the professionals up in here. The experts. Yeah, I like about 14 is funny because it gives you 8 character slots, and I think you can technically buy more. I'm not sure about that, but I know you have 8 character slots. But I don't know why you need 8 character slots, because technically one character can do all classes and all jobs. So I don't really know why you would want more than one character, other than to split your time, I guess. But maybe you want an alt character for something. I don't know. But anyway, I like that. I like that you can have a character that you've created through the character customization, and they're your character, and they can do whatever you want. It's awesome. I like it. Not remotely an expert. WoW has infinite character slot, I think. Oh, that's cool. Really? Infinite character slots? For different specs for meta min-max. Different specs, meta oh, for the different characters. Maybe. It doesn't. Yeah, I thought that was a little strange. They would have infinite character slots. That's kind of... that's too much power to give your users. To give your players, Oh yeah, infinite slots. Oh dear. It has around 20 slots or so. So that's a lot. That's a lot of slots. But if you have a game where you're limiting how many jobs and classes you can do per character, then you need that room. Otherwise, people could complain that they don't get a full experience. They could say that, oh, I don't get, I don't get the full experience because I can't play these other classes because I don't have enough slots. My dad has a ton of characters. Nice. And you can do that with alt accounts too. I mean, technically, if you're up for buying the game multiple times in its entirety, you could have ultimate alt accounts, with different addresses and different, logins and stuff, and then you could have all those other ones. If you got 20 on one, you got 20 on another. It's 40 characters right there, which oh my goodness, who would want to do that? That's just crazy. You can have one of each race if you want. Oh, cool. Yeah, see, to me, like with 14, it's nice because, and you can swap. And some dungeons actually right now, they've, some of the older dungeons and stuff, they've opened up for more things and more just fun. It's to the point where there are certain dungeons where you can get in and you can swap classes in dungeon. Swap jobs in dungeon. I mean, you could just be going in, you could just do a full switch, to different classes as you're going through the dungeon. There's some that they've made, solo dungeons now that used to be, full team, full party dungeons that are now just solos. You can go in and solo, and you can just change your class as you're going through. Because normally in the overworld, I mean, you can change your class whenever you want. You have them all. You can save gear lists. And in I don't remember if it is how it is in WoW, but in 14, your class is determined by your primary hand weapon. So, like, for instance, I'm a bard, and so if I have a bow in my first my primary hand slot, whatever else I'm doing, I'm a bard now. If I swap that out for like a conjurer's arm, now I'm a mage or something like that, and it's whatever the job is associated with that weapon. And so you can save gear sets that have different whole setups for all the classes, and you can have plenty of gear sets. I think there's one for each job, basically, at least one for each job that you can use. And so you can just double click one of the gear sets and whoosh, it'll immediately change everything on your character with a cool little swirl effect, and now you're this other class. So it's fun. And now with the better glamour system and everything like that, you can also tie glamour plates to gear sets. So basically you can swap your class, but you could technically have the same gear plate or glamour plate for each one, and so you could just look the same all the time and just be changing your class in the background. Nobody would even really notice. I don't do that, obviously. I have different glamour plates for gear sets, but not all of them. A lot of my crafters have the same gear set, just because I like the look of my character with that certain like crafting kind of like like cargo pants style, and kind of like a light top kind of and a bandana kind of thing. Just like, yeah, I'm crafting, doing things. It's more than 20 because there's an online friend that has at least a character for each spec, and each class has 2 to 4 specs. Oh man. And WoW is what you pick at character making the at 10. If I remember right, you can spec in that class further. Also, there is 50 character slot according to Google. Oh, cool. 50. Man, 50. That is a lot. But again, if you're saying that there's like 2 to 4 specs per class, and you can have a character for each, spec per class, I mean, that's a lot. So that's good for them, for Blizzard, for giving you all the slots. 344 megawatts. How am I doing on fuel? That's a good question. All right, uranium, I've got 58 in each reactor, and the small reactor has 14.7, but I do not have any in a cargo container. Oh my, this is all the fuel I have. Well, lovely. About 2 hours of power. At 99. Also, there's 50 characters locked. 4.8 million players. Lovely.
Wait, you're saying it's a one-way trip?
Until
Until the carrier and stuff get there.
Kind of. Let's see.
Sorry it took so long to get back.
Oh, no problem. Take your time. I'm actually going to go run off and grab a coffee, I think, real quick. Let's see. What day is it? 8/19. Today's active player count for 14 is 1.8 million. Yep, 1.8 million players today were online. Over the last month, I think the peak was, at least what I see here. Oh dear. Uh-oh, Frasier drives offline. Looks like peak players was 2.6 million. That was on 8/3 for this past month. Yearly.
Perhaps your shield should be deactivated when you are frame shifting.
Yeah, maybe. I'm a little confused. It said frame shift drive deactivated or damaged. I can definitely put my shield down.
It just seems like he kept spiking there for a while.
I was. It was the shield. Like I was saying, it tweaks, up and down. That's so cool. I noticed they don't have the frame shift drive charging anymore. That's sad. They might have gotten a copyright claim, something by Frontier. But it used to, if you remember,
they still have the jump effect.
Well, it's pretty cool looking. But if you remember, when you used to launch the frameshift drive, it used to say, frameshift drive charging. And now
what
it's...
I mean is, like, didn't they have to go to a whole different effect at one point? And because Frontier was very...
Oh, maybe. I don't really remember, but I think vaguely, I think I remember that.
And then I remember you complaining about it because the whole thing was different. And then next week it was back.
Can I go a little further?
It was one of those
I can go
funny
22
moments.
kilometers per second. Oh, yeah. Yeah, maybe there's like a timeout on the frameshift drive. Maybe it like overheats or something. We'll see.
Well, this is what's funny. You're at 22. That's exactly what you were at previously. And before it was constantly at 99.
Well, it was actually bouncing
85.
down. Yeah. Oh, look, FSD does have heat. FSD heat 0%.
Huh?
Okay. Not enough power. Why am I spiking? My reactors are still all maximum here, and my batteries, as far as I can tell... Oh, my batteries are like... Oh, that's my problem.
Your batteries finally gave out.
My batteries gave out. Okay, well, I guess I'll just jump for a little while now and wait for my batteries to recharge. That's fine. Okay, that's good. I'm glad there's a limitation.
You need to come out and deliver you uranium?
Maybe. No, I've got plenty of uranium. I'm just waiting to charge these batteries back up. Yeah, so anyway, so back to... So, wow, that's crazy. So, at the moment, Final Fantasy XIV has 39.7 million subscribers with 1.5 million daily active players. Not bad. What was it you guys said about this such and such? Let's go back here. 240 million characters, 4.8 million players. Nice. I'm curious what the Well, I was on a long decline. Yeah, I know. And they had all the drama. Was it last year? I think it was last year. With Activision Blizzard and everything that they were going through and all that nonsense. Last year and the year before, actually, I think too, for some of this. But a lot of people left WoW and moved over to other games. A lot of them came to 14 actually, and jumped over there because they were trying to find a different MMO to play. Because if you're like a hardcore WoW player, you need an MMO to fill your time. You don't just stop WoW cold turkey and then just like, I don't need any more MMOs. You're trying to find something to replace it. So, but yeah, 4.8 million players, and we said there were 37 or 39 million subscribers for 14. I wonder what are WoW's active, and I have no guarantee to this. I just literally looked up a MMO-population.com. I feel like that's a legit site. Look at that, number 1, World of Warcraft, 120 million players. That is very different from what you guys just said. Total players, 120 million. It's estimated to have 120 million total players or subscribers. Daily players are 1.1 million. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so subscribers are 120 million subscribers. Daily players 1.14 million. So, Final Fantasy 14 has... Let's see, where's 14? Oh, wow, Destiny 2. So according to MMOpopulation.com, World of Warcraft ranks number 1. Destiny 2 ranks number 2. Yeah, that's funny. And Final Fantasy 14 is number 3. Old School RuneScape is number 4. And then Warframe is 5. Roblox is 6. World of Warcraft Classic is 8. ESO.
RuneScape 3.
RuneScape 3. Oh, look, there's Elite. Elite's number 11, right behind Star Citizen, and before Lost Ark. Oh, that's funny. Guild Wars 2 is 13th. RuneScape, just RuneScape, is 14th. New World is 15th. EVE Online is 19th. And Anthem is on here, 20th. Wizard 101. Oh, these are great. Lord of the Rings Online is 29th. Terra is 34th. That's so funny. Infinite was playing Terra, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm playing Terra." And I was like, "Wait, what? It's still going?" So anyway, let's go back to 14.
It's
Let's
like
take a look
it's
at these
still
two.
there.
I know, it's still actually a game. All right, so let's see. World of Warcraft subscribers 120 million. 14 subscribers 39.7 million. So WoW totally beats that. Daily players for 14 is 1.5 million, and for WoW is 1.14 million. So technically WoW has more subscribers, but 14 has more players on a daily basis. Interesting. Good to know. I found the website you're on. Yeah, I threw it out there. MMO dash whatever I said. MMO-population.com. And then they've got the different, ones. There's a home page and there's the popular page, and you can find what you're looking for on there. But yeah, Destiny 2, that's funny. Destiny gets a lot of flack for different things, but for the most part, it's not bad. It's a good game. I played for a very long time. Years I was playing Destiny. I still am, technically. I just haven't logged on since Witch Queen dropped. And it's so funny they're talking about, because it's fall. It's usually when they start talking up their next, DLC. And it's funny because I loaded in, played like a couple missions. I think I played two nights. I played Witch Queen, and then I just fell out of it and I stopped. I don't know why, but I did. I started adding a whole lot more stuff, and Destiny is fun with all the different guns and all that jazz. But then they started adding like gun crafting. And then a new, the glaive, which had to be crafted. And just, there's all this stuff. And I'm just like, look, I don't play this game so that I can craft stuff. I play this game so that I can collect the guns, and I can shoot things, and I can play Gambit. That's why I play this game. So.
I mean, you guys barely have time to be on Sea of Thieves.
I know. And that's the thing. It's like, well,
Crafting
Destiny. Yeah, I know. Destiny used to be my time sink. If I was playing a game in my free time, it was Destiny. That's what I was doing. I would stream it. I would play it. It was a fun time. And some of my old Destiny stuff still gets lots of views, and I get comments on it. People asking about doing certain public events and things. And I'm like, oh yeah, this is how it goes and all this stuff. And I still love Destiny. I love the lore and all that stuff. They started going not in a direction, but they just started adding features to the game that were required. And I hate that, when it's like, oh, it's part of the story. I'm like, I don't want to do that. Can I just skip that? No, it's part of the story. I was like, well, I don't really want to do this. But it's becoming part of the game now, is all these deep sight weapons and all this stuff. I don't even know what half the stuff means anymore. No idea. Well, I found it without using the link because I already forgot about it. No worries. Alright, well, I'm at 73% on my jump drive. Batteries are back up to 15%.
I was going to say, did you want to get your coffee?
Yeah, I think I might run and grab my coffee.
Screen if you hear me yelling, get back to your computer.
Well, here, let me actually. Surely there's no harm in this, right? There we go. Gonna go ahead and spectator cam back to you. See what you're up to.
Well, we're about 3,000 and 4,000, so.
Nice! You're even further along than you were. Oh yeah, look at that. A lot of the armor is done.
Yeah, most of the frame is done.
Nice. Do your Sivas reach all the way out here to this?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they probably do because they touch that connector. Yeah, they have to.
Yeah,
nice.
It's mainly just they're going from the tower over.
Sweet. I'm gonna go ahead and put this on the thing, and I'm gonna go grab some coffee real quick. So I will be right back, everybody. See you soon. Oof, stretch a little bit.
Any thoughts or opinions on the new station, guys? I know it's not fully constructed yet, but this is what I will be using to get out to where Manta is. I think me and Manta and Infinite were having this discussion earlier. I usually build just a cube, and then I cut into it and make it pretty afterward. Go for effectiveness first, and then basically everything else that comes afterward is just add-ons. Or happy accidents. Yeah, I haven't really had time to get on the public servers, so I hope everything's going well, Puffington. And I hope you're having fun on it. It's just work's been very busy. This would be a project though, kind of crazy project. I mean, if you take a look at how the tower has evolved, kind of crazy. First it was just a little defense tower, and now it's like stretching very high into the sky with a platform for the AG and everything else. That was all added afterward. Kind of funny because I have two blueprints for this thing. One is the main one, and then one is an outer ring to get me off this planet, because this guy is actually designed to only function in space, even though it has hydrogen tanks. Not really meant to go onto a planet's surface. So it's kind of funny seeing the comparison of size between this and the carrier. Kind of huge now that I see it. Yay! That's great. Puffington.
about time when we close up. We usually close up around 11:50 to 12 o'clock.
I'm back.
Oh, is your ship alive?
Oh, yes.
I'm just saying, like, with the amount of reavers you...
Oh, there's an Ember
Commander.
Vicus assault corvette. It's far away. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm moving along fast enough for the most part that nothing's really like catching me. The only way something can catch me is if it spawns like directly in front of me.
Reaver capital ship. Just... brand free. Like, hello there.
What in the world? My batteries are on auto. They're actively charging. I can see they just went up from 41 to 42%. My power usage for the ship is at 0. And I have 35 days of power.
Intriguing.
The math is not checking out. Hold on. Let me see what I'm looking at. And my reactors are still at 54 units of uranium.
It's one of the little animation cartoons that YouTube decided to show me recently with the mouse, the cat, and the dog. I don't know if you ever saw this one, but it was kind of funny. The mouse didn't want to eat cheese, but the mouse wanted the cat to eat him. The cat didn't want to eat the mouse, but the cat wanted the dog to pulverize him. And the dog's just confused. It's like, it don't add up. It's a whole little skit.
I'm sure it is.
And it leads to the dog running to the dog catcher. And the cat and the mouse running after each other.
Nice. Let's see.
Old style cartoons, huh?
Oh, let's see. Grab me a coffee too, please. Thank you. I would, Puff. Man, there's a whole screen's worth of chat that I missed while I was gone getting coffee.
Oh yeah, we talked a while.
Great. If I built one, it would be a cube. I went on the public server. Oh, I want it on the public server. Nice. I normally ditch the prettiness stage. Function over form. We're engineers here, not artists. Yep. I'm heavy on the server. I have everything except platinum and silver within 1,000. Nice. You're playing something that I won't call ugly number. I have 1 hour until I go to bed. 5 minutes. 3 more hours of work left for Puff. Nice. Ryan. Don't have work at all, or just right now? Unless you count school that starts sometime this month. Ah, it's okay. So school. Gotcha. I remember those days. Something that WoW does with Shadowlands is that once you complete it once, you can skip a lot of the story in Shadowlands if you want. Oh, like if you start a new character or something like that? Nifty. Cool. That explosion sound come from you, Gmod, or Manta? What? There's an explosion. Is there an explosion? In the game or in real life? Did you hear something?
I know of.
Oh, dear. I don't think I had an explosion. I think I'm okay. Oh dear. That'd be scary.
Yeah, it could have been the cannons.
Right? It could have been. Yeah, it probably was the cannons. Those things are crazy. Yup. Nice. Says Orion in response to the worker school. Yeah, I remember that. I started...
Just imagine you're in a reaver fight and the station jumps in above you and just rains fire.
That would be nice.
Above.
I'm curious what your jump range is going to be. Oh, here we go. There was no explosion. Oh, good. Oh, were you playing? Nice. That's funny. Orion says starting high school this month. Oh, man. You are a youngin'. Fun times.
I mean, it's kind of got to the point, Puffington, that basically at the tower I don't have to worry about much other than the Shimazake.
I was just reading, so on the Core Systems wiki, or Discord, there's a subsection for the defense shields, because, you know, Darkstar did both of them. And while there's not a lot of anything going on with the defense shields, he was talking about the defense shields mods and everything, and about, like, the different, you know, blocks, because somebody was asking about, like, the shield enhancers and things like that. And him and BD, I think, were talking about it. And basically, station shields are incredibly tanky just in general. Like, you can throw an enhancer on and do some other stuff and everything like that, but for the most part, a station shield, obviously it's a separate block and everything like that, but they are way tankier than a ship shield of the same size, so, you know, large versus large grid, and same energy distribution. So, like, if you have a station that has one deuterium reactor and a ship that has one deuterium reactor, the station shield is incredibly tankier than the ship shield, which I was like, oh, that's very interesting, because, like, I expected something along those lines, but I didn't know that it was just, you know, like, disparate enough that
with
it would
how
be
many
worth
things
mentioning.
that have crashed into our base.
Yeah,
I can see that.
well, yeah, and if you look at it, you're like, oh, but it's a large grid shield versus a large grid shield, like, you know, they should be relatively the same. They are not the same at all, and which is evidenced by the fact that it's a different block, first off. But yeah, I just thought it was very interesting to read about that.
To be fair, also, when thinking about it, the stationary shield is not moving, so you're kind of a greater target.
That too, and that was
is
yep,
like mobile, and you can't really create a bubble that follows a ship as easy as you can just make it in one place.
in response or in respect to Fortify Shield. So Fortify Shield for a ship, because you can't do that for, you know, a station. Fortify Shield basically expands the shield and strengthens it very heavily, and gives you, you know, much more power to your shield. But then you can't go over a certain speed, and so the thought process is that you become more like a station because you can't move very fast. So you're a bigger target and you're a slower target, so you're easier to hit. So you know, you can fortify to get a big beefier shield basically to take more damage, so you're more like a station shield, which can't move, period. Yeah, it's awesome. Let's see, math classes are advanced. Take 10th grade math. Nice. Very cool. Yeah, I was and Infinite was as well. We went to the same middle school and the same high school. And we were in the same program too. We were both in, because I think we were math science. Yeah, I think he was math science. So the high school that I went to was for our county. It was the Mathematics and Science Specialty Center. So now they've got another school that's actually like a pre-med specialty center and a technology. They've got a bunch of other ones. But basically at the time, the school that I went to, the high school, was Mathematics and Sciences. And for me, I was going into sciences, of course, so that was where I was going. Infinite, of course, mathematics. And so as part of that, when you started high school in 9th grade, you took, what did you take? Geometry? I think you took geometry in 9th grade. 10th grade, you did pre-calculus, or no, 9th grade was geometry and pre-calculus. And then 10th grade, or 10th grade was pre-calc 2. And then 11th grade, I think, was pre-calc 3 and trigonometry. And then in the 11th grade, or the 12th grade, you take whatever. And I think I just took high school calculus because I didn't care about the math so much. But for me, my sciences were advanced. When you started in 9th grade, you started taking biology. So you skipped earth sciences and you went straight to biology. And then after that, you did physics. And then I think, what else did you do? You did other sciences. And then when you got to 12th grade, you had your choice of, basically, you could pick whatever you wanted. So I took AP biology and anatomy and physiology because I was going into pre-med at the time. And those are my two sciences that I took. And then high school, and that's why I took high school calculus, because I was just like, I don't need math as much, and I would much rather spend my time doing sciences than doing any more advanced maths. That's what I went with that. So, hey, Rashid. Daughter caught. Oh, well, that's nice. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so I caught up with Orion. Yeah, yeah, it was a fun time. Well, I say fun time. It was okay. Oh, hey, hold on a second. Can I see? I can. Ooh, hold on a second. I can see the planet. There's
Nice.
Whoa, there's 3 of them. There's
Very
like a purpley, hazy planet, a white planet.
It's not Octave, is it?
No, it's not. No, it's not that kind of purple. It's got a purple hue. And then there's a orange planet off in the distance. Nice. I can see the system. We're close.
Just the horrors I've experienced.
I know. I don't want to go.
myself.
I don't want to go
Like,
there.
I could just hear the brakes on your vehicle, even though it doesn't have brakes.
We're going somewhere else, people. We're not going here.
We're pointing in a different direction.
All right, what are we looking at? We're at 63% battery power. I could probably frame shift drive my way over there, right? Actually, you know what? I could jump drive my way because I'm. Do one more jump. Should we drop down to 1317? Yep, 1312. Look at that. Nice. We are booking it.
Well, let's just say the jump drives do have 3,500 range.
Yeah.
That means I would have about 30,000, 28,000, but I'm rounding up to 30,000. And I think it's a higher range than they say in one jump. How far is that planet off?
Okay, here we go. I can go about 17 right now because my.
So I'd be able to make it in a few jumps.
Okay. The jump
And
drive
if
is still
we're-
charging.
And if we're okay to use the FSD, I could make it there even faster because I can
Yeah,
actually.
I think
power
once
the whole
you're
thing.
once you're a good distance from the planet, I think it's probably safe. And this is just
Mm-hmm.
speculation on my part. Who knows? The Shimakaze might be right on my tail. I have no idea. Yeah, I can only imagine a ship that size though has like
something.
tons of jump drives and can probably like jump the whole distance at once. I'm waiting for it to overshoot me, and I go, "Was that the Shimakaze? Oh man, they've gone plaid."
Yeah, if it was the Shimakaze, turn around.
I know, right? They've gone to plaid. They overshot us by a week.
Yeah. Hit those imaginary brakes, Manta.
Wait, shields are stronger as a static grid. Imagine you jumping in, convert to station, just rain hell down. Oh yeah, yeah. I wonder if you could do that. If you have a station shield on your base, and it's a
Have to
mobile
go to
base.
near zero.
Yeah, but you could do that. You could switch to static. You could probably get it to work.
As long as you don't take fire or anything.
Well, what I'm
probably.
saying is, don't ever use any thrusters other than keeping yourself stable. Just jump.
Mhm.
You know, do like a Death Star thing. You know, where you just kind of jump from one place to another and don't ever really use your thrusters to move. Although that's not 100% true. The Death Star did do that, but pretend it didn't. And just just jump from one place to another.
Ignore that plot hole.
Here's a good one. The No Man's Sky, the anomaly.
Mhm.
There you go. That's a good choice. The anomaly doesn't actually fly. I don't think it just jumps from place to place. So, yeah. Imagine that. That way you don't have to worry about ever moving. You just, you keep your speed at 0.0 and you just jump from one place to another. As soon as you get somewhere, you toggle the station and shield pops up. It probably would drain itself though, because the minute you're no longer a station, it would probably completely shut itself off and lose all charge. So when you jumped somewhere and then turned yourself into a station, it would probably have to fully charge itself up again. That'd be a fun thing. Going to attack the base, you know, the station that jumped in before it can get its shield up.
Like, go, go, go.
Yeah, go, 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 attack, attack, attack. That's cool.
Unleash everything.
I want to make a jumper that only travels with jump. I know, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, if you give it, because I think there's what, it goes up to like, the jump drives go up to tier 5, or do they go all the way up to like tier 7 or 8 or 6 or whatever the max is? Oh yeah, I can't see it right now. I forgot.
Tier 5.
Tier 5. Yes, if you have like a bunch of tier 5 jump drives, you'd have to take a couple trips, you know, obviously to get anywhere, especially in this kind of a system. Like Larson was talking about, you know, making that system that he did, where he's like, oh, it's got all these planets and they're so far apart and all this stuff, and I'm just like, ugh. After doing this map, I don't want to do that again. Shift G to see. Oh, shift. Oh, that's right. No, wait.
If you're in a cockpit.
Yeah, I'm in a seat. I'm in a control seat. That doesn't count. Wait, isn't it control G? No, shift G. Shift G?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah, I can't see it from here because I'm in a seat. But yes, I know what you're talking about there, Orion. And I actually do that. It's one of those things that is really funny. There's a Splitsy video, and he was when he was doing what is that? Survival Impossible, when he was doing that series, and he like suddenly remembered that you could build from a cockpit. And he's like, "This is amazing!" And I'm like, for me, like I rarely, and he said it himself, like you rarely ever use that build style because you always have your jetpack and stuff. But for me, like especially on the server and stuff like that, when I didn't have jetpack on the server, I mean, you build a ship, you load it up with steel plate and, you know, an interior plate and stuff that you need, construction components, and you just build from the cockpit. It's like, yeah, it's awesome. It is the way that you build. I'm 8K away. Or sorry, not 8K, 8,000K. My apologies. No jetpack on Aquarius. You mean like as a scenario or just in general? Because like the server has Aquarius with no jetpack, and we were just on Aquarius with no jetpack. I prefer playing with the nerfed jetpack. I like having a jetpack in space, a weakened one at least to an extent, because it's nice to have some EVA ability. But on a planet, yeah, I like not having a jetpack. It gives an extra something special to the playthrough, I think. It makes you do things you didn't have to do before. Oh, speaking of which, 8K and you're on top of it. I know, right? It's better without it, yeah. Yeah, that's how I feel. So speaking of which, I did want to tell everybody about Reconomy Lite. So I have been spending a lot of time trying to master aerodynamics because, I don't know, something's funky with it. I got ships that are, planes that are being weird. So I've been trying my best to kind of master aerodynamics and be better at it. And I think I've got a design that's working pretty well. Because if y'all remember, basically the situation that I was in was I made that miner, but the miner, just like the small jet plane, are tilting and getting caught with aerodynamics, and because they're not very aerodynamic, and so they're being problems. And so my thought process was to build a large like carrier plane, basically, that was just super aerodynamic, that could carry this very poorly aerodynamic miner vessel, and then I can just load cargo into the thing from the miner, and then just load the miner back up and fly it back home. So you can make these decent length trips, because I'm on Agaris, and I have to get from location to location for mining, and but I could take this miner that's horribly not aerodynamic and takes a long time to get anywhere because it can't fly fast, and put it on a plane that can fly fast and get it from one place to another, kind of having a tram system basically, but with a plane. And so I've been working really hard to get a plane that can fly appropriately with the aerodynamics, because what I used to do is just use like Takashi's plane parts mod and no aerodynamic physics, and it worked just fine, and I could fly wherever I needed to, and everything was great. But with the server, with Reconomy Lite, I have aerodynamic physics on. So I'm trying to play within those bounds where I'm like, okay, I have aerodynamic physics on, and I have advanced lift on. So I'm trying my best, because I'm like, if I can master advanced lift aerodynamics, then I've got it, then anything else will be just fine. So like if I turn off advanced lift, or if I turn off aerodynamics 100% and just use Takashi's wing blocks, everything works just fine. It's no big deal, everything works great. But I'm trying to do it in the vein of the aerodynamics mod. So it's taking a while to get a good plane down, but I think I've got it. So basically, the thought process is I've kind of trimmed the miner down a little bit to be more compact, so it's only got one drill instead of the two, but it fits inside a plane very well. And I've got Big Green from one of the previous server incarnations that we did, that works pretty well. I had to maneuver and change some stuff, had to redesign the wings and move the thrusters backwards, because apparently, for whatever the reason, if you have rear-mounted thrust, you have better control over the plane. Like your angle of attack for drag and everything is much different than if you have thrust kind of more forwards. So, for instance, the small jet that I have on Reconomy Lite, it has two thrusters like almost near the cockpit, which is in the very front, and then they just shoot backwards and it flies. Well, that is terrible. That is why it's leaning downwards and causing problems. If you move that thrust to the rear, suddenly everything flies so much better. In the case of Big Green, which is a big like C-130 style plane, it has top-mounted wings and it has turbines hanging below the wings. Well, that makes it lean very, very badly. But if I move all that back to the tail section, suddenly it flies so much better. So I don't really like having to move the thrust to the back, and I've tried it the exact same plane with thrust in the back versus midship versus all stuff, and it works the best in the rear. If I put it in the middle, the ship pitches up and just all kinds of poor control, and it's a mess. So I think what we're going to do is probably kind of redesign Big Green a little bit so that the thrust is kind of in the rear and looks relatively decent, and we'll go from there. And I think if I can print Big Green in pieces, one wing, two wings, some of the fuselage, maybe the rear of the fuselage, things like that, and then just like merge block it all together down at the beach, I could probably get it, and it'd probably be pretty good. So, but that's kind of the plan for Reconomy Lite. That's kind of where we're at right now. That's why it's taken a while to get this next episode out, of course, just because I'm trying a bunch of different things to try to see what works the best. But so far, it works great. I've been able to carry in Big Green the trimmed down miner. I'm able to take off from an ice lake, of course, which obviously in Reconomy Lite we don't have. But from a large flat ice lake, I'm able to take off from the ground, go somewhere far away, land, get the miner off, drill, get back on the plane, and then fly, take off from that location and fly and land back. Now, on the opposite side, I had talked about setting up that plane to be water landing capable, and I've been able to do that, sort of. But I can't, at least at the moment, I wasn't able to take off from the water. I can land on the water and I can float, but I could not take off. Like, the water was dragging me too hard where I couldn't lift off from the water fast enough to actually, pitch up. Now, I haven't fully redesigned that plane yet, the water plane, but I'm working on it. So we'll see. The intent is to have like a water plane that can also go on land, that can carry all the stuff I need to carry, and it's just fine. But I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get that to work, at least right now. It may take some different effort doing some other stuff. So yeah, Puff, you're right. It's easier to, and just the way that I don't know. It, to me, I get confused because people are talked about it, you know, and they're like, oh yeah, if you put the thrust in the back, it's easier, you know, it flies way better, just like in real life. And I'm like, okay, show me any Boeing passenger plane and the thrust is in the middle, like under the wings. Like the wings for like a 787 are like in the middle of the ship, like in the middle of the plane. Like if you take the length of the fuselage, including the tail, and you plot a midsection, that's where the wings are, and the thrust is on those wings. So I don't know. Yeah, that confuses me. But then at the same time, you have planes and jets that have, you know, like jets, for instance, it's the easy thing to think of. A jet has its thrust in the rear, and it flies great, and they're super aerodynamic and nimble. But then you have something like even a C-130 has its propellers and stuff mid-ship, you know, right there on the wings, right facing forward. So I don't know. It confuses me to an extent, because I'm like, on the one hand, yes, there are planes that are set up this way and they fly just fine. But on the other hand, there's tons of planes that have their thrust midship and they work just fine. So I don't know. It's behind or at the center of mass. Yes, and it is. If it's in front of it, certain speed is unreliable. It is, and that's the thing. So for me, all right, we're gonna get ready to decelerate. Where are we? We're 180 kilometers. We're down to 5, 4, 3.
A lot bigger than the 2 thing.
What, the planet?
Yeah, from farther back it looks small.
Maybe. It's got a giant band in the center. Weird looking.
Almost looked like it was almost split in half.
I know, right? It's crazy. All right, what do you think? Do you think there's ice on this planet for me to refuel some of my hydrogen, or what do you think? All right, Super Cruise destabilized.
No idea. You have a smaller craft you could take down?
I don't. I think my if I had to guess, oh, I'm in 0.06 gravity. All right, I can walk around in the ship now. If I had to guess, oh dear.
Do you have a camera pointing down that you can use to view the surface?
Okay, well this is weird. I think I've got a little bit of desync.
Maybe a little bit.
I can't actually get into... I can't use anything. Oh dear, I shouldn't have.
You look like you were phasing through the wall too.
I was, but I'm also... Okay, this is a problem. This is a big problem. I can't touch anything. This is not good. And as far as I can tell...
out and log back in?
I would like to, but at the time that I come back in, I think I'm going to crash.
And you have dampeners on?
I don't have my dampeners on. I'm trying to turn them on, but I can't get into anything. Like, I'm clicking furiously, but I can't get into anything.
No.
Alright, well, this is... This is not fair.
Is this going to be a hunchback?
No, it's going to be a... I'm going to forcibly stop the ship. And kill myself, apparently, but that's fine. How about now? Can I touch anything? I still can't touch anything, apparently. Yeah, this is...
You have my vote to move it to orbit. If you need it. Because you didn't probably expect that.
Oh, I need to get admin tools on.
Yeah, but he's going down pretty quick.
Yeah, this isn't quite fair, I don't think. Uh-oh. What did I drop? Oh, me. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna come back up here to... Where am I? I'm at 0.09.
I would say just get gravity.
Yeah, I'm trying to
until
back
you
up.
figure it out.
Oh, here we go. Nice. Made it. See if I can't slow down fast enough and then paste the ship here. Yeah, F5 reloads quicker than relog. Yeah, the problem is that I'm like I said before with when the whole thing was going on, I'm falling way too fast. Like the ship was just going down. You know, basically I was caught in gravity and I could not turn my dampeners back on. To me, that's a
oh no, we're all gonna die, or oh, that's a bug.
Yeah, I really hope that my these don't go flying down. Yeah, uploading it and give it a second. Oh, good. Okay. Stable. Great. Alright, now what about me? Am I stable? Probably not. If not, I will relog. Oh,
You'll know in a second
stuff works.
after you try and get in
Yes.
the door.
It works. Okay. Everybody's back to normal. At least I am. Okay, great. That's good. That's good to know.
So maybe camera trick?
What do you mean?
Scout the surface. I was talking about that before you started having these.
Oh, no. I'm gonna turn my dampeners on and then I'm just gonna fix this. Yeah, that was annoying. Turn that shield back on.
I was just mainly wondering, like, if you wanted to scout the surface from the orbit, you could maybe use the camera to look for ice.
I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna see what's going on here. Shield though is not coming back up. Let's see what we can do here. There we go. Shield's fine. Yeah, if I remember correctly, in the hangar, I'm still jerking around a little bit though. I'm not liking that. Yeah, I'm doing a little bit of flickering, which is not cool. Yeah, the only ship that I have is my rover, which is still missing that wheel.
That 4-wheel.
There we go. Siva, are you gonna build that wheel? You guys good? Or are you off? You're probably off. Yep. Siva's on. Build that wheel, Siva. Or not. Oh, there we go. Good job, everyone. Alright, let's see. Ion may not have been strong enough. No, it was strong enough. It was just that because my downward thrust is all hydro, and it never gets turned off. So the way that this ship works, as if you guys have seen, is that the all over the place. Is that when in flight in space, I do turn off some of the thrusters. The only thrusters I turn off are the lateral, like left and right hydros, the forward thrusting hydros, and the rear thrusting hydros. The upwards, so you can see them up here if I look, the upward facing hydros and the under hydros all stay on, but these side ones turn off, the forward ones turn off, and the rear ones turn off because I have ions in each of those directions. So forward, reverse, and side to side all have ions. And so the way that those work is they'll slow me down, they'll stop me, they'll do what they need to do, and they'll propel me forward. And I don't have to waste a bunch of hydrogen to just go forward and side to side and all that jazz. But my up and my down are all hydro. So if I was facing the planet as I was, like this, caught in gravity, and I had those hydros on, they would have slowed me down and stopped me. But my dampeners were all off. That was the problem because I was still coming through space. And so as soon as I got into gravity, I was gonna, Gmod asked about the ship, and I was like, oh, well, let me go check the hangar. So I got out of my seat and I went to go touch the door, and I couldn't get through the door. I couldn't activate the door. I was like, what? So I went back to my seat and I couldn't activate my seat. And I was like, oh no. So it was basically I was desynced and I couldn't touch anything. I couldn't interact with anything. So like I couldn't get back in the seat to turn the damage. I couldn't do anything. And it wasn't because I had done something foolish. It was the game wasn't letting me touch the ship. So that was, for me, that was a problem.
It was one of those, oops, uh-oh.
Yeah, and it really was. It was one of those like, oh, this is a problem. Alright, so we'll fly into gravity on this planet, I think. See how far away we are. Where's my GPS? Oh, there it is, down there. I'm trying to look where my GPS marker was. 132 kilometers away. Yeah, that's probably fine. We'll be in gravity very soon, if I remember correctly. Check out this planet down here, see what's going on. Okay, let's see. Only ship I have is a rover. The only ship I have is a rover. Hey, that rover can technically fly. Technically, it can live. It probably can't come back up. Ah, it probably can. Land. Probably can. Yeah, this ship is... Oh, we're in gravity. The SG is a pretty good ship. I really like this guy. Not only is it aesthetically pleasing, but it's a nice ship. It's a very nice ship. Although I don't see my shield bubble again. Where is my shield? There it is. The shield GUI is being buggy for me. So basically what I'll do is I'll glide in on just my lower hydros for the most part, on ion until the ions stop working, and then I'll kick on the hydros again. Because I only have so much hydro. So, and I'm trying to see, do you think that's ice in the middle? What is that? It's whitish. I think that looks like snow.
Don't do what the both Smoothie Temples and the Hunchback did. Wait too long or be too heavy for gravity.
Well, my downward thrust is always running, so I should be okay when I start coming in. I should be able to kick that on really fast. Time to accelerate into the planet's surface. Into the atmosphere. Well, see, that's the thing, Puff. We don't really have asteroids. Oh, there's a Slayer again.
Uh-huh. We do not. Yeah, and he's probably going to be annoying you in about 30 seconds.
He already is. He's detected a potential target, which is probably me. Unless it's that unknown signal. He is getting closer to me. Okay, cool. I was wondering, I was like, why is he getting further away from me? And he is starting to get further away from me. And I'm only going about half speed. Like, that's really interesting. Pre-gen, like, yeah.
It's someone else.
Yeah, when we set up this save, which was a very long time ago, I went around to a handful of the planets and I added rings. I added asteroid rings to them. This one does not look like he got one. Oh, look at that little moon down there. Oh, that's cute. Wait, there's like a big white planet nearby here, isn't it? It's probably all full ice.
You chose poorly.
I did. I came to, because this one's purpley, like orangey tan. I was like, this looks cute. We're like,
watch there be no ice whatsoever.
it looks like it. That looks like ice to me.
I know. I'm just saying, like.
Oh, you know what?
Pick off the cover.
It might just be stone. Oh, wouldn't that just be terrible? No, it's gotta be snow.
Infinite. I don't have enough power to get off the
I
planet.
know. I gotta fight my way to survive on the planet. Oh, the Reaper looks like he's gone. Oh, poor guy. Okay, what are we looking at? We're looking at 0.28 Gs. And I am 101 from the planet core. 27,000 meters off the ground. 26. 25. 0.36. Those hydros stop me pretty fast. Ions not so much, but they're trying. They're doing their best. My vector is coming back to center. That's good.
of Buffington. The amount of times Manta has saved me from after I fell. I wouldn't have even repaired him yet.
Aw.
Hey, you guys
Hey,
came
only
and
need
got
to
me
crash.
more than a few times after.
Damsel in distress. I would be a good damsel in distress.
After the smoothie went splat for no apparent reason.
I
on
have
the
a
hillside.
feeling I don't want to go that way. I have a feeling I want to go this way.
Yeah, don't go towards mountains.
Well, I want to go towards these mountains because down there it looks like there's ice on those hilltops, but I have no idea. And
What I
would...
mean is, you don't know how thin the atmosphere is.
That is
Remember
true
the
as
water
well.
planet.
Oh, that dang water planet.
Until you know how the your hydrogen thrusters.
I'm
are gonna
at
work.
0.96 Gs, and I am...
You slow down.
I don't know where I am. Oh, there I am. 12,000 meters off the ground. Yep, this planet already has over 1.08 Gs. 1.09. Oh, dear.
Just,
It's gonna be fine.
Oh.
We're gonna be fine. We're gonna kick on our
just
other
keeps going,
thrust.
going up.
Oh my goodness, this is oh, I don't like this planet already. I don't like this
You-
planet already.
Will you be even escape?
Probably. Orion? No, we do not have any parachutes on this ship. That is something I thought about adding at some point, but I have yet to do. Okay, I'm already not going down, so like I can hold gravity, or I can hold my height at 1.24 Gs. Wow.
Are you sure you're not going down?
Yes, because I'm going max speed and my height is only changing because I'm coming up on this hill, I'm pretty sure. If I go and I slow down, I don't want to waste too much hydro. But yeah.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, look
like,
at me. I'm not changing height. I would notice if I was going down.
You don't want to go into a mountain because you just kept going down.
Yeah. We're fine. Everything's fine. .24. Oh, it's so painful. I probably won't be able to jump up onto the ladder from the ship. From the
Hey,
ground.
Gmod, I can't get back
I can't
in.
get into my. I literally
Into the
can't get in
ladder.
my ship. At that point, I'll make sure to take some steel with me, and I just won't crash. All right, here we go. Let's look.
I
here
mean,
what
that
we
just
got.
would be the most ironic part. I didn't
Alright.
run out of fuel. I actually have a ton of fuel. I just can't get back up because I put the ladder too high.
Just that may end up becoming a problem because if some of your tanks just want to leak, then you might have problems. My tanks will be fine. Yeah, we're slowing down. We're going at about 80 meters a second. I should come to a stop over this hill.
Depends
roughly.
on which one you're using, Puffington. I think the small one is 5,000 and the other one's 10.
Okay. Here we are. I'm over top of an ice cap, it looks like. Wow, this planet's scary looking. 60 meters a second. Slow her down. Okay, we're going about 30 meters a second. Okay, now comes the scary part of slowly dropping. And am I... Okay, I'm at a full stop. So at 1.24 Gs, I can hold my height. Don't know how well this is going to go if I go down. We're going to find out. Yeah. I don't know. Like, this planet may have its full gravity, like, right here. Like, it may not be very different. Oh, dear. That's very fast. Slow her down. Slow it down.
I just hear, uh-oh, uh-oh.
No, uh-oh. Not yet, at least. 40 meters a second. I tell you, if you start accelerating down, though, you...
You won't save it. It's like abandoned ship.
Let's see. How are we doing? How are we doing? How are we doing?
Because I've had to deal with that more than once too.
Yeah, I think this planet is just 1.24 Gs. Yeah, that's what the display says. I think we're doing okay. Okay, this is a pretty big space, so I think we're in a good way. Chain a lot together to travel quicker between planets. Yeah, you definitely could. Okay, let's see what's or if the ice when an H2O gen deletes hydrogen instead of making H2. That would be very unpleasant. I think we're doing okay.
You know what plan the deal with the Shimazake would be?
What'd you say?
Build a giant supergate in secret. Activate it with a black hole and just throw the Shimazake through.
Throw the Shimazake.
Let the black hole deal with it on the other side.
Oh, that's so fast. Alright, landing gear down.
Make sure your landing gear are locked before you let go of your thrusters.
Absolutely, yeah. Okay, let's pull forward a little bit.
Wow, that hydrogen's dropping fast.
I know. Well, I'm at 47, 46. I think
I mean,
we'll be
just
okay.
from when you started hovering.
Yeah, I think we're gonna be alright. Okay, where's my landing camera? Nope, wrong camera. Okay, let's see here. Alright, landing camera is... All we have to do is not break our landing gear. That's all we need.
Especially since you're so far away from parts.
I know. Okay, I think my rear landing gear have touched. They have, I believe, and my front landing gear. Oh, there it is. Okay, there it is. Okay, 8. Locked. No,
Shut down.
something's locked. Not that one, apparently. Oh, let me guess. My mag plates aren't all of them, are they? Oh, no, it is all of them. That's okay. Who's locked, then? One guy's locked, I guess. Alright, well, let's fix that. Let's, unlock. Oh, let me guess, it toggled the other one, didn't it? Why do you do this? Okay.
Because space engineers?
Quite literally space engineers.
If it's not playing, it's just the annoying physics.
Alright, okay, there we go. Now, let's take a look. Okay, green, green, and green. They're all locked. Okay, now, thrusters, off, and off. Phew, okay. We're here, we're down. Wonder why my simple script isn't running. Fuck. Oh. Where's my... Oh, I must have lost simple.
Aw.
That's okay. I got this. Refresh. Yeah, I have to do like the force draw or something like that, don't I? What is the command for this one? Force draw. Underscore force draw, yeah. Force draw. Run. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. Yeah, I think it's just 1.24. Alright, here we are. What do we think? Let's see. at the cost of blah, 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 liters of hydrogen per second to hover. And then 1.24. Glycol may deal with the ship and everything else in the save. Yeah, right. Pistons decide to disappear after landing and thrusters turned off. I know. That's always what you got to worry about with. See, what I've come to learn with space engineers is that you cannot land on pistons and hinges without locking them. If you lock the mag plates and then like turn off your thrusters and stuff, usually they're strong enough to support you and everything's fine. But if you try to rest on those feet without locking, your mag plates, that's when things break and start causing chaos, because the weight of a ship on a mag plate, it's a mess, and then you lose the piston head, and then you start sinking into the piston. It's a mess. All right, let's see. Helmet on. Can I depressurize the rim? Or is our O2 tank full?
And also, is it oxygen outside?
I don't know if there is. Our oxygen tanks are full, so there's really nothing I can do about that. So might as well open hangar 1. Oh, nope. I'm going to say there is no oxygen on this planet. Alright, here we go. Ready? These are the main thrusters. Should turn on everything. Turn those off. Turn that off. There we go. Ooh. Oh dear. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, what? My parking brake is on again? No, it's off. What is going on here? Oh dear, I went right through the... literally can't see anything. Where is the ship? There we go. Oh, there's a... That's the front. I forget that the ship's in the front. There's a landing gear right in front of me. There we go. And then there's a hill, so I'm going to hit the ship. Actually, we're be all right. Yeah, there we go. We're all right.
So is it oxygenated outside?
There is no oxygen out here now.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Dear.
Maybe it's because you're too high up?
It's possible, yeah. Alright, let's take a look here. Let's see how the ship's doing.
Now the only question I have for you is make sure you don't drive that off a cliff.
Right? I definitely don't want to do that. Oh, it's already looks like it's going off a cliff. Oh, it's missing another... Build that, Ziva.
This rover really loves the miss one wheel.
He hates having all 6 of his wheels. He just hates it. Yeah, so O2 is low right now, which means our vent should be sucking in a little bit of oxygen into the tanks.
So you shouldn't suffocate at least in the ship.
Yeah, but it's a snowstorm or something right now. It's pretty rough. Oh, my food and water. Oh, because I died. That's right. Ooh, that's unpleasant. Right, now, can I get to the ladder from here? This is key. I can. Yes. Okay, great. We're good. Before you step out on a new planet, you need to say something. Oh, like... Dang this rover for not having a wheel. Something like that. Is that what I'm supposed to say? Yeah. Alright, let's see. I need to get to the... No, not this way. I need to get to the... Oh, these stairs. Because the ship is crooked. There you go. Need to get some food. Please say I actually have some food in here. I don't have meal bars. And I don't have steak. I have... Oh, yes I do. I searched for bar and couldn't find anything. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's see. Let's grab 4 of these, and let's grab like 25 waters. There we go. Now, let's see. Do I have a welder? Nope, just my nasty welders. I'll take an oxygen bottle with me, though, because I think I've got poor oxygen on this planet. Yeah, I'm really kind of bummed that I died. Do I have a gun? Nope, just the ammo. I don't actually have the gun. What do I have as far as Oh, tons of iron. Look at that. I could probably... Oh, and I have 2 saproid sticks. Nice. Way to go. Way to go, Manta. Let's see. Can I make a handgun? ES20A. I can. Not. I don't have any nickel. Dang it. Well, that's annoying. Alright, I'm going out gunless. Oh, I don't even want to jump down. I'm gonna die. 1.24 Gs. Here we go! Oh, I'm okay. Apparently the snow is soft and cushy. Armstrong would be proud of you, mate. I know, right? Can you survive the fall, though? I know, that's what I'm saying. I could jump up there, but could I drop down? I'd probably not from the ladder, honestly, but I can from the hangar bay, so that's a plus. Yeah, the ladder, I don't know. Server, like, I used this on the public server, and it was mostly fine. I used it in a offline world, you know, just a local save, and it was fine. But using it, like, on this public server, it's like it's a mess. I don't know what it is. Like, if I drop, it's just like, nope, you're dead. Wow, this is really bouncy for 1.24 Gs.
I'm gonna have to go soon now.
Oh no.
Sorry.
Oh, it's 11:52. Wow, it's already 11:52. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, sorry. Have
No,
a lot
it's-
of work to do.
It is no problem at all. Thank you for joining me tonight. All right, let's see. Oh dear, this is jiggly. This is jiggly.
If you want me to join up sooner with you on the new planet, when I get time, I could actually
Start driving out here.
finish up the station and then drive out.
Yeah, I think at the very least you could definitely get the station started.
Because the station's almost finished, it just takes time. Really, the assemblers are still going. A lot of this is just being built.
Yeah. Oh, actually, Ember's here on this planet too. Great. Fantastic.
Station would be very useful to protect. I should retrofit it to be able to counteract that gravity.
How
I can
so?
give
Just
you from the air. Well, I had some ideas to expand the station to make it atmosphere capable.
wait, isn't it? How's it gonna get up into space?
It has a launch platform that gets attached to it
Oh, interesting.
and then gets destroyed after it gets into space.
Like it breaks it down or something.
Yeah. Pretty much right now it's space only. Because it has ions only.
Tree. This terrain is incredibly rough for snowbanks. For an untouched planet with snow on a mountaintop, I feel like it should be a lot smoother than it is.
Unless it has tectonics a lot.
That's true. Could be that. Could have a lot of subsurface activity.
Yeah, it would also explain why the gravity's so high if everything keeps moving.
Yeah, it's really funky too. It's 1.24 Gs, but like when I drive around, like I'm bouncing like nobody's business. Like I kind of take some jumps.
It also looks like Orion has to go in a few minutes too.
Oh, yep, probably midnight, I would guess. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, everybody, I'm going to park my car. I'm going to get out. I'm going to walk over here and take a nice, pretty picture next to the SG. Well, not take a picture, but just spectator cam my way over here. There we go. Oh, I should get the car over here, too. Yeah, it's fine. No car. All right. Well, everybody, thank you for joining us tonight. Really appreciate it. That's good. Like, I got the glow on my suit still a little bit. 24% more gravity is not that much. That I know, which is, I don't know. It just seems odd. Anyway.
You say that until you go flat on the surface.
I know, right? So anyway, everybody, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Really, 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 really appreciate it. Still sipping on my coffee. Puff, thanks for being here. Rashid, Orion, thank you all for stopping by tonight. Really appreciate it. It's a lot of fun. Good conversation. Lots of fun time. I know today was really a driving episode, you know, just getting from one place to another. So thanks for being here. Thanks for sitting with us through the drive. It was a long drive, but it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed chatting.
We really got to know each other.
I know we did, didn't we? I know, great. So Infinite should be back next week. So he should be able to help Gmod get to us. I think at the very least, Gmod's going to get the station thing at least done. I feel like he might want to wait to come to this planet until Infinite's back and they can kind of come together. Because Infinite's going to...
I'll bring both of the vehicles at the same time. I'm just
maybe.
Thinking, like...
Maybe bring it up into orbit at the very least, yeah.
Yeah, if I can get the station finished, I can pull both of the ships over. It's just mainly getting the ship built. That's what's taking the most time.
Gotcha. Yeah, so go ahead and get it finished, I guess, and then you can, maybe bring it up into atmosphere at least, or into orbit. I would kind of like for next episode for you guys to come down. Instead of just suddenly being down here and just be like, hey, we're here. So I think it'd be a fun time. But everybody, yeah, thanks for being here. It was a family road trip, Puff. It's a lot of fun, and you're very welcome. Thank you for coming. Thanks for coming. Orion, talk to you later. See ya. I know you get 2 minutes. Gmod, you probably have 2 minutes maybe as well, depending on if stuff drops. But yeah, everybody, thanks.
I haven't said that in a while, but...
Well, I think you did recently, maybe. Something dropped and then you came back on really fast or something. But anyway, point being, thanks everybody for being here. Really appreciate it. We do this every Thursday, 7:30 p.m., as you guys know, Eastern Time, 23:30 UTC. Reconomy Light should be coming maybe next Tuesday, so watch out for that and see it coming. It's episode 21, I think, so it's going to be a lot of fun. Anyway, talk to you later, guys. I've been Manta Ray, Gmod has been here, and we'll catch you next time.